weekday mornings. Catch them while you can.
Welcome to the late show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed, and as Becky rightly said, we are joined by the fantastically talented Debbie Kershaw.
Good evening.
How are you? You all right?
I'm good, yeah. You?
I'm excellent. I've been even better since I found out that you and I are together in 16 hours time.
Double trouble.
Yes.
Double trouble.
So we're doing tonight's show, and then we're on together tomorrow morning.
We are.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. So, potentially, we could start a little thread tonight and we could continue tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
So, if something happens organically tonight, we may continue it tomorrow morning. Let's hope that's yeah, I've got something in my mind, but I don't know
Okay, I'm scared.
exactly what it is.
I'm scared.
We'll see how it unfolds. Now, here on The Late Show, it's kind of our job to make sure we find Agate to your order prices. The reason I say that is regular viewers will be aware of this, but if you are new to us, we only charge 1 P&P per day. So once you've paid your $2.95, you have nothing else to worry about. You can add as many items to your order as you wish, and today we have got more orders open than ever before because, of course, this morning was the trade show. So we're joined by lots of viewers who have already or who are planning to elevate their hobby into a small business. So either selling into unique boutiques or, of course, attending craft fairs. So people have already started to see the potential for selling their jewellery designs, and they have invested heavily this morning on the, I suppose, more presentation-based products, I guess, with the busts, the earring holders, but also they had storage bags, things like that. So items which would be of use to the jewellery maker who's selling their designs. So lots and lots of people got their orders up and running, and tonight we are going to help you to maximise on that 1 P&P because we've got non-stop deals. The deals never stop here at Jewellery Maker, and this is one that we are particularly excited about. They had a similar item on this morning's show, but we have the pastel collection this evening, and instead of being silver findings, it's silver plated copper, so it represents slightly better value than you got this morning, but of course slightly different finish to the findings. So this is the pastel collection. This is coming up at 8:45 as our superstar buy. Because we are privileged enough to have Debbie Kershaw here, we also have one of our kits on this evening. We don't traditionally have a jewellery kit on the late show, but whenever we are joined by a very talented designer, we put one of our kits on. The kit concept is what the whole channel was based around when we first kicked off. Generally contain everything you need to either get started with the hobby or to replenish all of your stocks in one go. That will be on air at 8 PM. And we've got lots of things to let you know about throughout the show, but let's get a deal up and running for everyone. And I don't think anybody's going to be too disappointed when they see our first offering of the evening. Just so happens to be what I would describe as 2 essential gemstone strands. Now, we had a text from Rachel last night he was saying that when she invests in the gems of distinction strands, it tends to be the more well-known gemstones. The big four, maybe your amethyst thrown in there as well, maybe tanzanite as well. Yeah, so let's say emerald, rubies, diamonds, sapphires, amethyst, and what did I just say?
Emerald, ruby.
A tanzanite, that was it, amethyst and tanzanite. So I would say those are the most well-known gemstones, maybe garnet as well. But anyway, basically the ones that she's sure her customers are going to be aware of, and as a result are prepared to pay a premium to get into their collection. Do you agree with that concept, Debbie?
Yeah, because I think however pretty something is, or you know, you can tell a customer all about it, but there are the gemstones that most people know and most people value. They put the value onto that gemstone. They think,
Yes.
oh, I've got something made of emerald or ruby, and it just means more to people.
So
I
if
think.
you're working with something like emerald, people are expecting to pay a higher price, and
For sure.
you're more likely to make the sale as well.
I think so, yeah, I would say so.
It does make sense. There is logic to that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Because, of course, instead of you having to sort of justify the value in the piece, people are already aware of the value.
Exactly.
Okay. And then, of course, you've got beautiful black agate, and you've got it in these beautiful bicones. These are such a popular cut here at Jewellery Maker, and I am led to believe that the reason is that you can achieve the exact same look, the same techniques, I should say, with a bicone as you can with a round, yet of course you get all those faceted edges on a bicone, and as a result you get more sparkle, or in this case more luster. You get a huge amount of luster. Do you like working with bicones as well, Deb?
I love bicones because they fit together really nicely.
Sort of like interlock.
They interlock, so that if you're doing some sort of weaving technique with your beading thread, or you're making like a big statement piece, they lock together really nicely. They also had a really nice contrast in between your round beads,
Yeah, 'cause they
had
look
that
quite
sparkle.
dynamic, don't they?
So you
Yeah.
can have kind of something matte, and lovely with a pearl. It's a classic combination
Yes.
with pearls, isn't it, I think?
White pearls and black agate as well,
Yeah.
then you get that classic monochrome effect. Okay, so as I said, two essential strands really tone, because you've got your jet black gemstone, but in the bicone cut, and then you've got emerald, one of the traditional big four, and certainly one of the most well-known gemstones available on the market. Huge carat weight as well, 35 carats of emerald here. These are quite delicate. They range in size from 3x1 to 4x3, and then you've got 60 carats in your black agate, and look at that luster there on those faceted edges, fantastic. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, I've already got lots of people getting involved. I told you we were going to be busy tonight. Not only is everybody tuning in to get inspiration from Debbie, but there are more baskets open than ever before thanks to the trade show this morning. This is how you maximise on your 1 P&P per day here at Jewellery Maker. Tune into the late show for unbelievable value. It may be late.
But the deals are great!
Should we try that again, boys? Not being funny, but this lacklustre approach.
I'm new to this. I get it,
Don't pretend you haven't been watching every night you've been off. Dan's back with the team tonight.
Woo!
Okay, so let's try this again. It may be late.
But the deals are great!
It's more like it. £7.95 is the price point, less than £4 per strand. And that means that you're paying the equivalent of under £4 for a strand of emerald this evening. Now, Debbie, you and I have worked together quite a few times. I know you quite well. You've been making jewellery for a long, long time, long before Jewellery Maker started, is that right?
Yep.
So you have bought gemstones from other suppliers in the past. How much could you pay for emerald elsewhere?
Well,
Could you source emerald before?
No, quite often there were certain websites that you would know would have the high-end gemstones that you just couldn't possibly afford unless it was for a commission where someone had committed to...
So they'd already given you a deposit up
I used
front
to
or
have
what
to
have
do
you?
that. I used to have to sort of settle the price up front so
Yes.
that I could, and you don't have
That's how a lot of people who are self-employed have to work.
You
isn't
have
it?
to
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah.
And then, you might have to spend so much, 30, 40, 50 pounds for a string of gemstones, because you can't then worry that the person then goes, actually, I've changed my mind. I don't want emerald.
Yeah, oh, no.
I can't afford it.
Kids are having beans on toast for a week.
Exactly. It used to be something that was few and far between. It's not something you work with all the time, let's put it that way.
Of course, but now, of course, thanks to Jewellery Maker, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, so we're able to go direct to the mines and source, well, the rarest gemstones in the world, emerald, and then bring it to you at this kind of value. And actually, I know that there are a few more websites available now where they do make these things available, but when I talk about value, I'm not necessarily talking about the price point. On this one, it's definitely applicable, but often when I talk about value, I'm saying the price for the quality of the gemstones and the carat weight that you're able to get hold of. I mean, you've got a huge number of gemstones on this particular strand of emerald. Just have a look there. And also, because it's shaded emerald, got a few different options as a designer, because certain colour tones will work better with other shades that you're working with. It's almost as though you've got sort of Brazilian emerald and the Colombian emerald hues on one particular strand. And then of course, not only do you get this beautiful shaded emerald, but you've also got your black agate. Now, you know, recently we've had a few examples of spinel, and they have been flying out the door. This has got a very, very similar look, hasn't it? It's got that very strong luster, that reflective quality. When the light is bouncing off of those faceted edges, the exact same look that you'd get from a black spinel, really. Absolutely fantastic. And two of our most popular cuts. Now, we were hearing from some customers that they only really invested in the high-end gemstone strands as collector pieces. Rather than creating jewellery designs, they've actually developed their own gemstone collection from buying this range. But when you're paying the equivalent of less than £4 for emerald, I would say it's a profit maker. You've got to start making a few designs out of your emerald, particularly as it's a birthstone. It's May's birthstone, and we always sort of talk about the idea that if people have a personal connection with a gemstone, they're more likely to buy a jewellery design from you. And it doesn't have to be that it's the actual month of their birth. Any time of year, if somebody who has their birthday in May sees some emerald, they're going to be drawn to it because they're going to know it's their birthstone. £7.95 absolutely represents the best value on the market that we can offer you for emerald and agate. And then you've got one of the most popular gemstones in the world and an essential in terms of your black agate in the bicone cut. £7.95, that's how we get up and running this evening, and we're going to move on. We've got lots to get through. How did this evade me? I should have, really, shouldn't I? I didn't realise this is on. I should have noticed this one. Black Star Diopside. Now, this has actually previously been launched, so people have seen this item, and we're now giving you your third bite at the cherry, I would say. Hasn't been seen too many times on the Late Show. And basically what happens is, because of the way the gemstone has formed, when you actually polish it in this way, you get this almost asterism. It's not going to be evident in the studio because you've got lots of different light sources. If you had one specific light source, you'd almost get like a star forming at one part. I mean, you can see the effect, you can see the optical effect, but not the asterism forming. Maybe we can see it on the recording if that's available. My director will sort that out for us right now. But you've seen it then. You've seen the quote. My producer's actually seen the asterism. They've dimmed the lights in the studio in order to see it. It's really exciting when you get a gemstone that has, you know, an optical phenomenon. There you go, look at this. This is interesting. This is dark to the extreme, but you can see the little stars forming. There it was. Did you see that? Blink and you miss it as it came round there. But as the gemstone comes around to the front, you'll see when the light hits that particular part of the gem. There it is. There you go. So you get this asterism, and actually you don't need it to be as dark as that to actually see it. If you just had incandescent light, you'd definitely be able to see it. I would say it's one of those gemstones to exercise the 30-day money-back guarantee. Get it home, see it in the flesh. No one's going to send it back once they see the asterism. It's another one of those optical phenomena which is going to capture people's imagination, much like the labradorescence or the adulorescence we see in moonstone. I always think that when people describe labradorite as their favourite gemstone, really what they're saying is it's their most profitable gemstone. Do you agree with that, Debbie?
Yeah, I used to honestly not know what the fuss was about until I worked with it.
Right.
Because
You've
I
got to
don't
see
think
it to believe
you've got to
it.
see it,
Yeah.
haven't you? You can listen to it, but you think, yeah. But when you start working with it, because you're moving it around in your hands, and you actually, you can see. And I think sometimes it doesn't come across like you've just dimmed the lights there. It doesn't always come across, does it, when you're looking on the telly?
Absolutely not. It's actually really frustrating,
It's
especially
when you
for
get
presenters, because it feels like, oh, we're constantly having to say, oh, it's our studio lights, and people,
Yeah.
there you go, can see it very, very well on that particular recording. I mean, you can still see the effect, even with all the studio lighting, you can see the effect that you're getting from this gemstone. But it is very frustrating, because I imagine some people think, why would you sell gemstones and not, gear your studio up to make them look the optimum
Difficult,
they can?
though.
But then, of course, you wouldn't be able to see my handsome face. That wouldn't be worth it. No one would tune in then, would they, Debs?
They wouldn't.
Okay, we've already got people coming through on the phone lines. I'm not surprised. A very, very exciting gemstone. Another one of those gemstones which, in all honesty, I never thought we'd probably ever see here on Jewellery Maker when we first started out. I've probably only seen it a handful of times on our sister channel, Gems TV. But I will say that whenever I have produced a show on Gems TV, because that's where I started with the company, and I've brought you an item like Black Star Diopside, it's one of those ones where the producers sort of walk in with a bit of a spring in their step down to the gallery, because they know every single item is going to sell out. They're just so popular. And that's probably the same for you, and because you've got very significant sizes on these particular gemstones, in the fact they range from a 9x11 to 15x20, I would use these for ring designs.
They'd be gorgeous.
You
Or
just-
earrings, because they're moving.
Moving around,
Yeah.
yes, good idea. But either way, you get to maximise on the profitability of the strand, because
Yeah.
you don't need to pile them all into one design. I mean, I certainly wouldn't make a Black Star Diopside bracelet and put them all on there. I'd try and maximise on the profit you can make. Okay, I've already got lots of people getting involved on the phone lines. Let's have a look at the price point for the last 4 in stock. Wow, $29.95. You've got to think that I'd say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those 7 are large enough to be rings, and then you've got 3 pairs of earrings as well.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got to say that they're, what, £20 rings?
Oh, yeah.
Because look at the size of the gemstone. Huge carat weights. $29.95 is an unbelievable price point, because you'll make profit off just these 2 gemstones. And we know that we're talking to a lot of jewellery makers out there today who are selling their designs, because we had so much involvement on the trade show this morning, and it looks to me like that could potentially be a sellout strand this evening, because people are now placing it in their basket. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, and if you want to get involved, then start dialing that free phone number right now and add that to your order. Use your 30-day money-back guarantee to actually appreciate the asterism that you'll find in this particular variety of diopside, and then you can make an informed decision about whether it's going to work in your designs and whether it's going to end up being a profitable strand for you. I'll leave that on with you, because we've got a lot to get through, as I say. And we're going to do gorgeous strand of peridot. Again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range, and our Gems of Distinction range is the elite range of gemstones here at Jewellery Maker, sourced by our Indian buying office, and they represent the highest possible quality we can source for you. I think that's pretty evident in the colour saturation that you've got in your peridot here. That rich, I never like to describe it as a lime green really, because I always think of lime green as being a little bit darker. This is a bit more vibrant than that. Almost like a fresh cut grass kind of tone. Very summery gemstone. I always refer to it as the most appropriate of all the birthstones, because it's the colour that I would associate with August, and that's the birthstone which peridot represents. You think like, yeah, it's not true for everyone, of course, because for some people August will be like winter months, won't it? Because we're a global company. We have people investing in our gemstones from all over the world. But in the UK, August tends to be our sunniest month. And so I associate peridot with August because it's his birthstone, but this is the colour tone that you want to see in that month. You know, the wedge of lime pushed into your bottle of beer, or fresh cut grass, like I was saying before. I love this. And actually, I'd say for the first couple of years, I'm always honest with our audience here at Jewellery Maker, and I think we under-delivered a little bit on peridot, but it just was very, very difficult to get hold of at the time. And so I think in the opening couple of years, I had loads and loads of requests for peridot. I couldn't really deliver on them. The buying team always worked tirelessly to get you the gemstones that you want to feature in your designs. But now, of course, we've expanded, we've got buying offices all over the world, and we can source top quality peridot. That's exactly what we've got for you here. 50 carats in total. These are really, really going to make a significant impact on your designs, because normally when we see the wheels, they're quite plain, aren't they? They're the polished variety, but these are faceted wheels. So not only do they have that flat bottom finish, so they'll sort of fit together very nicely in the designs, almost interlock like Debbie was saying, but also with a little bit of movement, you're going to get all that sparkle that people are looking for. Has Emily joined us so far this evening? Emily from the West Midlands, Deb. She's always contributing to the show, basically to say everybody loves a bit of sparkle.
They do.
Everyone's a magpie. Really.
It makes you happy. Who was saying to me, oh I know, I was having my nails done and there was a lady next to me and she said, a bit of glitter and a bit of sparkle makes me happy. And I've heard that so many times from people. That, you know, that's what jewellery is about, I think. And, you know, whatever your taste is, but a stone that you love, that you wear, it makes you happy, simple as that.
There you go. I couldn't agree more. Now the wheels here range in size from 4x2 to 8x4. Just have a look at how vibrant that colour tone is from your peridot. And here comes your price point. $8.95 from the Gems of Distinction range. Here am I saying that we can't get hold of it, and then when we do, we take it to under £10. That is the add it to your order price that people are looking for. And of course, over the summer months, may be useful to invest in your birthstones that cover the next couple of months, because if people are looking into buying bespoke jewellery designs, it may be that somebody, you know, does have a birthday coming up. And so this could tick every box. You've got them a one-of-a-kind piece of jewellery featuring their birthstone, peridot, for $8.95. Absolutely fantastic. 50 carats there. We will leave that one with you. We've got a lot to get through, as I say. These are phenomenal. Actually, I would say that the peridot and the pyrite work together quite nicely. Now, we brought this to you as a premiere launch last week, and now we have the last in stock available this evening. 140 carats of golden pyrite. Now this is the exact look that I think most people expect to see on pyrite. In the past, I would go as far as to say we've had some sort of, I'm not sure, sort of average looking pyrite really, that hasn't had that same metallic shimmer on the surface of the gemstone. It still had the golden tone that we're looking for, but not this same finish that we've got here. I mean, this is top quality pyrite. When you see a strand of pyrite like this, all of a sudden, the gemstone's nickname makes sense. Pyrite is known as fool's gold because it's been mistaken for gold so many times. If you think of the traditional gold mining, you know, where people are down at the river, you can understand when you see a little glimmer of pyrite why you would mistake that for gold. As I say, in the past we've had more of the muted tones in the pyrite, and I don't think they have quite the same impact on your designs as this particular variety, because I think when people are investing in pyrite, they tend to be looking as maybe a substitute to investing in precious metals like gold. So this particular strand is literally ticking every single box. No one's going to mistake this for anything other than pyrite. And then you're going to get that metallic shimmer that you're looking for when you're investing in fool's gold. Now, you may have missed out on the opportunity to own this. Of course, we understand people may not have the chance to tune in every night. You might have commitments. You might have to go out to parents' evening or meals, or we're all been in that situation. But it does mean that you might miss out on exclusive launches like this. Fortunately, this wasn't a sellout when it was originally launched, but it could be tonight, who knows? And when you see the price, you will not be disappointed. The nuggets here range in size from 6x3 to 13x8. Okay, so we've actually had people texting already. That quick, Deb. That's how quick our audience are on the lecture, to say, how would you integrate these sort of irregular nuggets into your designs?
That is the kind of shape that I like to work with the best. So anyone who sort of knows me knows that I like the organic shape, that it looks like it's come out of the ground. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've
totally
never
agree.
seen a pyrite strand. When you got that out, I couldn't work out from here without looking at the monitor what it was, because it's not typical, as you said, of the other pyrite that I've seen that's quite formed into different shapes.
We've had the puffy rectangles.
Yeah, I think I would use that. It would be lovely with wire, maybe with some silver wire, and quite an organic design, wrapping the wire around, showing off the nuggets, so that you've just got them sort of sitting around your neck at intervals. Because of the shape of them, they just look beautiful.
So you sort of let the shape of the gemstone form the structure of the design.
Yeah, so I'd probably, I don't know how large the holes are, but I'd probably strand them onto some wire, and then I'd take some more wire and wrap it round and sort of move the gemstones into a way that they just sat beautifully. So it's pleasing to the eye, so that you're working in quite an organic way. Without, just because of the way. Yeah, I don't know if I'm. Has it got beading wire through it?
It's got beading thread through it, yes.
So you probably be able to get a 0.6 through there.
0.6, you go as high as that. Okay, cool.
And then the more layers of wire you add, obviously the more structure. But you could get those little black bicones that you had.
That's a great idea.
And put those on a bit of 0.4 and then wrap that round. That just really makes them stand out.
Actually, does the emerald work as well?
Yes, it does. They all go together, don't they?
That's a nice combination, yeah.
And because
you've
again,
got
the shapes.
Sort of uniformity almost of the bicones contrasted with the irregularity of the pyrite nuggets.
And I like that, because I think it works when you put different textures and shapes together, as well as the colours. If you think about the shape, I think you can go down different design routes.
That's what we're looking for, I suppose, when we do look at a strand of gemstones as a jewellery maker. It's slightly different to a master jeweller. It's not quite as a contained criteria.
No.
Different irregularities within the gemstone will feed into a jewellery maker's design process, I suppose.
Definitely, especially if you're working around a really beautiful gemstone, because I think then you might start with a plan. I was talking about this with Debbie Bolford just now.
Okay.
You start off with a plan and it doesn't go to plan at all. It goes completely off on a tangent, but it works out better than you ever thought.
Happy accidents. That's
I think you just need the confidence to go with that flow sometimes.
Yes.
I know with some mediums you've got to be quite precise. It's not really the way I work, but that is a perfect strand to have a creative play with, I think.
Okay, so any of the wire workers who enjoy working in sort of a free-flowing way, or any discipline, I suppose, if you enjoy having a bit of an experiment when you're working with your gemstones, I suppose this is the strand for you.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's have a look at the price point this evening then, $6.95. I would describe this as the highest quality pyrite we've ever had here at Jewellery Maker. And I don't mean that the other pyrites, don't have their place. Of course they do. Like Debbie said, some people really enjoy working with the uniform cuts, that have been calibrated to a specific size.
Yeah.
And that's perfect for certain jewellery makers. But this has more of an organic feel to it. So it's perfect for different processes. And not only that, this very, very high polished metallic shimmer to the gemstone itself, which I think is what most people associate with pyrite. Of course, it's known as fool's gold. $6.95, another added to your order price. And of course, if you have any questions for Debbie, and you want a little bit of inspiration or guidance, then don't hesitate to get involved with us. We welcome your interaction here on The Late Show. And you can text in to 60777. Make sure you start your text message with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, if you are shopping from us at JewelleryMaker.com, there's a little message box on the side. Just click that and whatever you want to ask Debbie will come through to my producer's screen. And of course, maybe you just want to share your designs or hints or tips with the rest of the jewellery making community. Then you can get involved with us at Facebook or Twitter or any of those things at Jewellery Maker UK. And I think we've got nearly 30,000 people who are members of that community on Jewellery Maker's Facebook site, so it's really exciting. $6.95 is your add it to your order price for pyrite. We have to move on because it's time for our first star buy. What's wrong with me today? Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for our first star buy of the evening. Again, regular buyers will be well versed in what we're doing here, but if you are new to us, we're going to have a very special deal every 30 minutes here on The Late Show. And tonight is one not to be missed. It's a bit of a wholesale deal, actually. It's a bit of a trade show-esque deal. We've doubled up on our antique bronze clasps here. So you're getting 2 as part of this deal. So when it says total 30 pieces, is that in 1 or 2? I should know that, shouldn't I? I'll find out. I'll find out because I want to show you them anyway. It's really easy to put the packaging back on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, that's inaccurate. You get 24, not 30. Sorry, that's totally inaccurate. Let me take that back on behalf of whoever made the typo there. I think they must have thought you get 15 in the pack. You actually get 12, but I'll tell you what, they're phenomenal. These are your little slider clasps. So, you can see how sturdy a connection they're going to make within your design. In fact, the more gem heavy the piece, the sturdier these clasps are going to be. So they literally slide into one another. There's a little gap there and then it slides in. It's quite a nice way to finish your designs, actually. It's something a little bit different, and of course you've got lots of character within the shapes and the finish on these clasps. These are your antique bronze plated copper clasps. Oh, that's good. So because we've made a slight error, my producer said he's going to go even lower on the price. There you go. It's not even an error that affected anybody. It just came on screen, we noticed, and now you're going to get a lower price, so that's good. I'll take you through the shapes that you get, actually, because it looks to me like you get 2 of each shape. So there's 6 different designs in total. You've got the little leaf shape. Well, that actually reminds me of, you know, the little gift aid fish.
Yeah.
It's a Christian charity.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like that. So, or an eye could be seen as a little eye as well, couldn't it? Doesn't really matter. It's just how I see it. So you get 2 of those. Where's the 2 of those? You get 2 heart shapes. You also get 2 triangular shaped clasps. I'm saying 2, of course you get 4 of them all because this is doubled out, but in one pack you get 2. So you're going to get 4 of all of these, of course. And then you've got, these are the detailed hearts which I used to actually show how the clasp itself worked. Where is it? There it is. There's the other one. So you've got 4 of these in total, 2 in each pack. I hope that makes sense. Does that make sense?
That does make sense.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So those are the sort of detailed hearts, if you like. They've got the hollowed segments out of the centre of the heart shape. Then you've got the 2 circular ones, or little disc-like shapes. So you get 2 in this pack, 4 in total. There you go. And then, not sure how to describe these. They have a sort of Aztec-like feel to them. So you get 4 of these as well. I'm getting some agreement on that one, so I'll take that. There you go. So you get 4 of all of them in total, 2 in each pack, and we've doubled up on the packs. It says brand new, so have we never seen these particular packs before? I don't mean to question every single piece of information that's on the screen. but you can understand why I am. Okay, so you get 2 of each shape in both packs, 4 in total. It's never been seen before in any way, shape or form. Oh, yes, there we go. So now they're both the right way up as well. So this is going to be a bit of a deal. So this is a real wholesale opportunity. You get 24 clasps in total, 4 of each design, 6 different designs, and we're going to give you an exclusive price point for it. So if you were to buy these both together on any other day, it'd be $11.90. Normally they're $6.95 a pack. No, $5.95 a pack. It's going to be one of them nights, isn't it? So normally they're $5.95 each, which would equate to £11.90. But tonight, because it's trade show day, and because we've made so many mistakes in this sale, we're going to give you 2 for the price of 1.
Wow.
Can't say fairer than that. Everyone was thinking he's going to go to $9.95.
Yeah.
No. 2 for the price of 1. I said you buy 1, you get 1 free. Always good for the customers to know when the producer says, don't think the manager's going to like that very much, but I've done it now. He's a maverick. He's not fazed by getting in trouble by the managers. He's saying, well, you should have counted how many were in the packaging then, instead of getting it wrong. Well, I'll tell you now, we have created quite a stir on the phone lines. It is a free phone number here at Jewellery Maker, of course. Most people are coming through and actually buying 2 now, so it's really become a wholesale deal for most people, because for $11.90, you're now getting 48 clasps. You'd normally get 1 pack for $5.95. Right now you can get 2 packs for $5.95. All the Kates are getting involved. Kate in Cornwall, you've got 2. Kate in the West Midlands, you've got 2. And if you do come through to a short queue on our free phone number, then don't panic. As I say, it is a free phone number. It's around about a 60-second wait currently. And a member of our award-winning help team will be with you shortly to add these to your order. Don't be trying to rush the price off screen now, producer Liam. You've made your bed. You'll have to lie in it while everybody gets involved. How many of this particular bundle did we have? Okay, so we had just over 100. Over half the stock's already been allocated.
Not surprised.
Oh, look who it is. She gets a day off, and Sam's staff adding these to her order. Even on her day off, she's watching and taking advantage of these deals. I'm not surprised, really. A buy 1, get 1 free deal. I mean, these particular clasps are going to add a lot of character to your designs, aren't they? I mean, are these the kind of items that you generally work with? They strike me as being your kind of item, actually.
Yeah, they are. And also, if you want to use your clasp as a feature, they're good, because, you know, if you want to bring it to the side or the front.
Front of the
do
design. I
something
see
a bit
that's really on
quirky.
trend at the moment.
But you know what, I
isn't it?
like doing these, and if I get, I haven't had any quite like these, but I have had the ones that connect in.
Yes.
I hammer them. And I make them into a feature. So charms, you can make them into charms.
Okay.
You can wire wrap them and add small gemstones and make them into a pendant. But you know,
That's
if
a
you think
brilliant
outside
idea.
the box, especially the heart ones, those unusual heart ones that you just had, they would be fantastic as
Oh,
little
you mean the
charms.
detailed one, sorry.
The detailed
yes.
part.
So with wire, or could you use monofilament to get your gemstones
I
on
mean,
there?
it might slip if you pulled it tight enough, but then you wouldn't
Wire.
want to take away from the lovely colour. So that's why.
That's true. Antique bronze wire then.
Perfect. And then hammer it to give it a little bit, and if you want to close the gap, just hammer it very gently, and they
And then
make
it won't
lovely
fall apart,
features. If you
That's
you know,
a
so
great
you don't
idea.
have to use them for your class, even though they do. You know, they'll finish off a piece really nicely.
So this is the beauty of having one of our expert designers on the Late Show with us, giving us lots of inspiration. That's a fantastic idea. So you can literally take this heart-shaped clasp, and actually, do you know what? I'm thinking in the next hour of the show, we've got the most phenomenal strand of rubies coming up. Ooh. It has been seen before. It's a last of stock opportunity, but some antique bronze wire, what, 0.4 will go through the rondelles?
Depends what you
will
want to
it?
do with it. Yeah, 0.4 would be easier on your fingers.
just
You put it
thinking of,
quite tightly. Or you don't even have to wrap it. You could just put a little bead in the middle.
Oh, of course, so
hang a
you could
bead
just
down on
hang it down there,
hang it in the
couldn't you?
middle, or
And
you
you've
could
actually
wrap
got
it.
a loop that will
So
enable
you could
that.
put it on
yeah.
just a simple matching head pin if you could
Head
get
pin,
your
yeah.
gem on, or if you needed 0.4 wire if your hole was too small. But I just like them because I think they add something a bit different, a bit rustic to your designs.
Totally agree. especially with the colour and the
Yeah.
textured finish
Yeah.
as well. That's what made me think of you, actually, the textured finish. Okay, I'm going to move on because it looks like that's going to be a sellout deal at that price. I'm not really surprised. We have got another star buy coming up in just 20 minutes time, and is it the 5-strand Super Saver? It is indeed. Have a look at this collection of gemstones. As Liam let us all know last night, it's getting harder and harder to put together the 10-strand Super Savers, so he's come up with a very useful solution. Basically, a 5-strand Super Saver, and he offers you the same value, because he's that kind of producer. He's just that kind of guy. Now, he's also asking me to let everybody know that we do have a very special kit coming up. Has this been put together in conjunction with you, Debbie?
Might have been.
You wouldn't guess when you see all the purple gemstones in it. I know that Deb's favourite colour is purple. She loves working with purple. And she basically got 2 out of this world strands of amethyst. Now Pip, who was the producer of the Designer Inspiration Show,
Yes.
has now become our product strategist.
He's
So he's
ever so
working with the
good.
designers to put the kits together.
Yeah.
He's got a design background, you see.
Oh,
That's
I
why I
didn't
hired
know
him.
that. I didn't know that.
Yes, you see. So he did, I think, sort of textile design at university.
Because he's given me some lush kits. I can't
There
say
you
anything
go, you
yet,
see.
but they are amazing.
Have we got any of them tomorrow?
I've got
Tomorrow
lovely
morning.
kits tomorrow, but I've also got some, I think it's the 21st I'm back.
Okay.
I think that's when he started to took over. And
Right.
Wow.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm quite
there
excited.
you go then. So exciting kits. This has been put together by our new product strategist Pip in conjunction with our very talented designer, and he's given you lots of wire as well, so I can see where you're a happy lady.
Yeah.
There you go. So that's coming up at 8 p.m. So we'll give you an opportunity, as I say, to either get everything you need to get started, or of course to replenish all of your stocks, because you've also got satin, cord, wire, everything you need. But I'm being told we've got lots of deals to get through, so let's get cracking. Multi-coloured sapphire. You've got sort of Ceylon blue sapphires here. You've got your canary sapphires, and you've also got your beautiful hot pink sapphires. A few of those are bordering on becoming rubies as well there. You could probably get away with actually classifying those 3 there as rubies, I would say. I've had a lot of talk about this recently. Of course, we launched the hot pink sapphires last night. So, in case anybody's not aware, rubies and sapphires are the exact same gemstone. They're varieties of corundum. That's the chemical name, or the gemological name, I should say, for this particular gemstone. And ruby is just a colour classification of corundum. All other corundums are known as sapphires. And so if you get a red hue coming from a pink sapphire, it could be classified as a ruby. Just to be clear, these are the polished rondelles of sapphire. As a result, you get a really interesting effect, because I think traditionally when people look at sapphires, usually they've been faceted, because again, people are looking for a bit of sparkle. But the polished varieties actually work so well in certain designs. I mean, I've seen the rondelles fit into macrame bracelets rather beautifully. Can you imagine a sapphire macrame bracelet? That would be gorgeous. Do you tend to work with these kind of colour tones in your sapphire? Or?
Do you know what I do? I got a strand like that, slightly smaller stones. I just restrung them. I put them back on. I put a sterling silver, because this sort of thing demands precious metal, I think. Sterling silver clasp, and do you know, I wear it all the time.
Really?
And it's for me, and I just wear it. You know, because the good thing about making your own jewellery, you can make it exactly to sit where you want, can't you?
Of course, yes.
And I wear it there, and then I might wear a long one with it or whatever. But I wear it loads, and I just restrung it because of the colours and the way they're just all fit together and they're just graded. It's beautiful.
Do you know what? You just sort of made a little light bulb go in my head. So I was thinking, when you're creating jewellery designs for a client or potentially to sell at a craft fair, there's almost a bit of a compromise you've got to make, isn't there? Because you've got to think, well, this has got to sort of appeal to lots of different people, but when you're
Exactly.
making jewellery for yourself, it can literally be to your own specifications.
You can do whatever you want, and quite often I've liked something and it's not in trend, so you can't buy it. But the great thing is that when you do make your own jewellery, and also you're an advertisement for your skill, for
Yes,
your
of
art,
course.
whatever you want to call it. So if you wear beautiful gemstones, you wear jewellery that people are going to look at and go, wow, where did you get that? Or what, you know, and that's
Gives you
when
credibility.
it gives
almost,
credibility. And
yeah.
if you are making to sell, then that's a great way to promote your business.
Good idea.
I make jewellery as much for myself as I do for anybody else because I love it.
Cool.
And and if you've got some beautiful stones like that, and you
You've
can
got to
say to
keep 'em to
people,
yourself.
I bet
Something
you
you're
can't
gonna
guess
say.
what this gemstone is I've got around my neck. It's really expensive.
Well, I think that's what I take from this strand, because they're the polished rondelles, which we don't see as often in the
Exactly.
sapphires. It is one of those.
I would just
has a little
restrand
bit
it.
of,
Sterling silver clasp, and if you have to, you could put a sterling silver little. We've got them coming later. We've got some lovely charms. A little charm there.
Oh, that's nice.
Classic.
So there you go. Less is more with a
Yeah,
gemstone like this.
sometimes.
You don't have to go crazy with design. In fact, because of the graduation of the gemstones, Deb's suggestion that you just restrand it and add a clasp. Now, when this was originally launched, it was extremely popular, to the point that it's only been on air once before today, and we only have single figures remaining in stock. So you can see just how important it is to stock up on the big four whenever you get the opportunities, of course, particularly with sapphire, because as an industry we are struggling to source a high enough level of coloured sapphires for the big boys, the big designers, to actually create collections around this. So you could potentially be offering your clients, your customers, or if you're creating for yourself, you could be wearing something which won't be as prominent on the high street or with those bigger designers over the next 12 to 18 months. So it might be the key opportunity to get involved with one of the big four, sapphires. 60 carats in total, single figures of availability remaining in stock, and here comes your price. $24.95, that's less than 50p a carat for sapphire. As I said, gemstone, which, you know, as an industry, they'd snap our hands off for 60 carats of sapphire at $24.95, because they can't get a high enough yield. It's not that there aren't sapphires out there, it's not that Mother Nature's being lazy, she's creating sapphires, but not a high enough yield to base whole collections around the gemstone, which is how the bigger designers tend to work. So even here at our sister channel, Gems TV, we've got you know, real life gem hunters which run the company here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. So Steve Bennett and his son Matt, who is our resident gemologist as well. I mean, they basically travel all around the world visiting the mine owners to basically see how good a deal they can negotiate. So the better the deal we get, the better the saving we can pass on to you. And at the moment, they're telling me that they're just not going to see a whole lot of sapphire designs on Gems TV in the next 12 months. Who knows? You know, tomorrow they might find another deposit of sapphire, and all will be well in the world of sapphire. But right now, you could potentially be investing in a gemstone that you're not going to see a lot of over the 12 months. I mean, maybe your birthday's in September. Maybe you planned to treat yourself this year to a gorgeous piece of birthstone jewellery, and then you're going to stroll down the high street, you're not going to be able to find any. So if you are interested in a strand like this, then start dialing that free phone number right now. Less than 50p a carat for sapphires. Only 4 remaining in stock, so if you do want to take advantage of that deal, then act now to avoid disappointment. We are going to move on because we've got a lot to fit in. And we're going to move on to another birthstone. This time, November's birthstone, in the form of gorgeous citrine. Really like the faceting on this particular strand. I mean, for a start, you've got the Marquise cut. It's a very traditional gemstone cut, actually very wasteful cut. And this has only been on air twice before today, and again, we're down to limited availability. Whenever you see these high-end gemstone strands, they're just getting snapped up by our jewellery makers. You know what it is? As we've expanded over the last 4 years, our jewellery makers' skills and client base has expanded as well, and now sort of people's expectations are rising, aren't they? So if you've, you know, maybe 3 years ago you made somebody a beautiful agate necklace, now they're coming back and they're saying, oh, have you got any rubies, have you got any sapphires, have you got any citrine? So people are starting to really get in tune with the bespoke jewellery market. And in all honesty, these are the kind of gemstones you'd expect to see set into 9-carat gold on the high street, aren't they? You've got huge carat weights on every gemstone, faceted to perfection, so you get that play of light, you get that little bit of sparkle that everybody loves so much. And what was your lady saying? It just makes her feel good.
Just makes her happy.
Makes her happy, that was it. Look good, feel good, that's what I always say.
It just makes, and I feel like I want to get a lovely strand and I get it out and I might not even know what to do with it yet. I don't stress about that because I know I will know and then I'll go and get it. But it's just the beauty of it. Like, I would immediately make those into flowers because they're almost petal shapes already, aren't they?
They're petals and very appropriate colour tone for a flower, for a floral motif.
Lovely.
My producer's just taking the mickey out of me, Debbie, because I always talk about petals with the marquise, but you've just backed me up, so it's like, another one backing you up.
That's because I make loads of flowers.
But it is a really popular look, isn't it? In
I think as well, you've got to think
jewellery.
Bridal at this time of year, and you've got to think prom. And you've
I
got
don't want to think bridal anymore, Debbie. I had a hard month in May.
Oh, did you?
Had a wedding or a stag do every single weekend in May. I've just recovered.
Everyone's getting married, it's lovely.
Shh. It's all right, she's at work. 50 carats of citrine here, but you're right though, they do work perfectly in bridal wear because now people are moving away from the very traditional whites.
Yes.
And there is a little bit of colour in there, isn't there?
But when I say bridal, I don't only mean for the bride.
Yeah.
Quite often the bridesmaid, I used to do lots of bridal jewellery for people when I had the time, and I would make a lot of the bridesmaids jewellery as their presents. You know that they get presents, don't they?
Absolutely.
So they would keep it, and it's something to remember of the day, and it's in the photographs, but then they've still got the piece of jewellery.
Absolutely, all of the bridesmaids at my sister's wedding all got pearl jewellery.
Oh, that's nice.
My little girl had a pearl bracelet for hers, which she hasn't taken off yet.
Exactly.
Probably like a black ring on her wrist by now.
She
won't take it off to wash. But yeah, you're right. You know, the wedding favours are really important, aren't they?
And
it tends to be jewellery, hair
put it
comb
in your
even.
fascinators, big flower.
Oh, wow, yeah.
For proms, you know, the girls are having the hair
I showed
up now,
a picture the other night of me at the wedding because I gave my sister away.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
Oh, that's so nice.
I showed my granny, and she had her fascinator and her matching walking stick.
Go granny. Did she?
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Anna McKay, she's not going to let us down. It's a fashionista. Okay, 50 carats of citrine. We've just heard how versatile it is, especially with this very, very high-end faceted finish. They're huge carat weights here. Let's get the price on screen because it looks like it's going to be another sellout this evening. And the price point this evening is $21.95. I'm just going to count 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. So we're looking at well over, I would say, 2.5 carats on each and every gemstone. The reason that's significant is, of course, if you are selling your jewellery designs as maybe bridal commissions, people might not necessarily have the same depth of knowledge about gemstones and the value that's held within a faceted gemstone as you do. And so they might equate value in a traditional way. They might be thinking, well, what's the carat weight on those citrines? You know, if you can tell them that it's 2.5 to 3 carats on every single gemstone, immediately you're justifying the price point you want to achieve for your jewellery designs, I would say. But actually, you're probably going to end up having, say, 5 in a design, aren't you, if you're making a flower design.
Or, I mean, if you were just going to do one pendant, you could take a larger one for the pendant and then two equal ones for the earring.
That's a great idea.
I think the more you know about your gemstones, the more credibility you give yourself as a designer. So if people are going to spend money with you as a business and you know what you're talking about, it's like anything, isn't it? You go to buy a computer, you want somebody who knows what they're talking about. So
the more knowledgeable you are, knowledge is power. That's what they always say.
Absolutely.
That's the old adage, and it's absolutely true, especially when you're selling your designs, because you know, people feel like they can trust you, they almost buy into you before they fall in love with a piece of jewellery.
Yeah, that's true.
And so if you were to create a 3-piece set, so a pendant and a pair of earrings, what would you be home to choose with that? Must be a 25.
I think often it depends on the budget of the person as well. So maybe they wouldn't be able to afford sterling silver. But you know, if it was sterling silver and citrine cut to this level for a set, you know, you could bridal, it could be £50+ pounds.
Okay.
But I always offer the plated metals as well, because I think that not everybody's got lots of money to spend, have they? And I think you should be able to.
You have to, just like we do here at Jewellery Maker, you have to have something for everybody's budget.
That's what it means.
I mean, we've got the varieties of citrine that are £6.95, £7.95, but they're not offering you the same clarity, the same level of faceting.
No.
And then those varieties fall into our elite range. £21.95, ridiculous value.
When you think you could go to, I won't say the name, but you could go to a well-known department store that does lots of things and buy a plastic necklace for that, for £21.95.
Absolutely.
How annoying is that?
I've been actually doing research into this, because I started off going to the boutiques and thinking, oh, you know, but then I'm sort of going too in depth, if you like, of where the value is. But then just stroll down the high street, you see plastic and glass on a bit of, you know, base metal chain, and they want £35 in the department stores.
It's not one-off. It's one of
it's
thousands.
been made in a machine, in a factory. I know, ridiculous.
It's all relative, I suppose,
you go.
but yeah.
£21.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand there, and just have a look at the size of those gemstones. They're huge, and I'll tell you what, we've been talking a lot about the sets in terms of the pendants and the earrings, but if you really want to maximise on it, you could turn these into rings, because a marquise cut is very traditional for a ring design, isn't it? And so if you're quite, I would say you've got to be quite confident with your wire work to do it. But you actually could create quite a simple prong setting for a marquise cut. Am I right?
Yes, you can.
Yeah. Just got to check. Well, we've got the perfect item now for anybody who's just starting to develop their wire work techniques. Maybe you want to start setting your gemstones into ring design so you can maximise on the profitability of your gemstone strands. You've got to get this item, probably one of the most reordered items here at Jewellery Maker for the buying team. I can even tell you the code without looking. DODI52. Yeah. There you go, the ring mandrel. And this is the aluminium variety. So it's very, very sturdy. Comes in the little leather carry case as well. So sometimes I think when you've got the very high-end professional tools, it can almost feed into the confidence of your designs themselves. So, you know, if you're working with the right tools, you feel a bit more comfortable, you feel a bit more confident, and you achieve a higher finish than you normally would. Have you got one of these? Have you got 3 of these?
Several.
Yeah.
You know what's good about this? You've got your sizing on there.
Yes.
So I usually have one that I will form around and bash with my mallet and things, you know, and then I'll have the one with the ring sizes on so that I can keep putting it on, adjusting the size. It's also really good if you're doing craft fairs. Lots of people don't know the ring size, so if they take their ring off and put it, you can actually measure them so that you can make something for them.
You can make to measure.
Yeah.
I always think that that's really an important part of doing the craft fairs, is to have something going on in your stall.
Yeah.
If you're just sitting there reading a magazine with your jewellery on the desk, you're not really attracting attention to your designs. Whereas if you're doing metal stamping or you're sizing up people's rings, you're making noise basically. You attract people's attention because something's going on, and you can actually create individual designs at the craft fairs.
Yeah.
What do you mean should be priced? You're giving everybody a price reduction? There you go.
I like
Told
him.
you he was generous. Everybody likes Liam tonight. He's just given everybody a saving on an essential item, your ring mandrel here for £6.95. That is not what I was expecting to see there. Lots of people getting involved now. I'm not surprised. As Debbie says, even if you've got one and you think, well, I've already got my ring mandrel for doing sizes of rings for people, if you do want to take your wire work to that next level, I know that you do a lot of wire texturing and work hardening, you can actually create the shape first in your ring mandrel and then give it a whack. Is that right?
Yeah, and it's not, this isn't a plastic, there's a lot of plastic ones out there.
Oh yeah.
I used to have a plastic one, and this isn't a plastic one.
No.
And also that case is really handy because it does protect it. And if you do just want one for sizing, sort of one for working on and one for sizing, then you want to keep it quite new so that it's accurate. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely. Okay, £6.95 to me represents a clearance price on, as I say, one of the most reordered items for the buying team here at Jewellery Maker. It's been ever popular, and it's because it's an essential item, of course, for doing ring sizing, but also, as Debbie says, if you are a very confident wire worker and you are into getting your hammer and your metal block out, then you can actually use one of these as sort of a subliminary tool to your wire working, so you can actually get the shape on your ring mandrel and then hammer it. But then you need two, because you need one that looks all shiny and nice and new for your customers, and one for your wire work. $6.95, that is the price, but it's only available for 60 minutes here at Jewellery Maker. All of the price reductions are available for that length of time, and it is now time for yet another Star Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another Star Buy. I can't believe an hour's gone already. You've been having too much fun, Debs. I don't like that. No fun at work. Unless you work for Jewellery Maker. Now, what we have here is going to represent the best value of the evening on genuine gemstones. In fact, I would go as far as to say the best value of the day here on Jewellery Maker. That is really a big claim on trade show day, isn't it? Because the value has been out of this world, been giving you wholesale deals all day here at Jewellery Maker. That's what we do. But this is our opportunity to go above and beyond. And we'll start with this particular variety. This is your multicoloured crackled agate. These are your 8mm rounds. And I remember seeing these last week, and I had quite a specific idea for these. I was saying I was stuck up on these for Halloween. You see that it almost looks like a sort of spider web, the inclusions on the surface of the agate, and they've got a sort of a lime green tone to them as well, which is always quite good for that time of year as well. But actually, I mean, they'd work all year round, wouldn't they? They'd work beautifully with this peridot, I was thinking, actually, as well. That's a good combination. So they're very, very versatile. That's just the kind of ideas that entered my mind when I saw that gemstone. Then you've got your red agate. These are your 3mm faceted rounds, perfect for so many different disciplines, whether it be your bead loom, soutache, French knitting, kumihimo, macrame. Anything else, Debs, for your 3mm rounds?
Yes. Well, they're lovely as well for when you're doing, I don't know what it's called, it's not bead embroidery, but when you actually sew little tassels in and out.
Ah, yes.
So that you make that kind of
that
thick,
very intricate work.
They're lovely for that, really nice for that.
Yes, we've got a regular customer here to us on the Late Show, Paula Wright, and she creates very intricate floral brooches from the small. Actually, I think you might have liked them on Facebook as well, maybe. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. So those are very, very versatile, perfect, and actually those go quite well together. It's a good contrast of colour tones, the greens and the reds. Then you've got your black and white striped agate 10mm rounds. We know that they're very high in demand at the moment, the 8 and 10mm rounds. People trying to snap those up. These are beautiful. They have this white stripe down the centre, so again you've got that classic timeless monochrome effect. Bit of femininity here, 50 carats of rose quartz. These have been described as plain bicones, and they do have a bicone-like shape to them, but they are quite irregular. Basically, they're a Debbie Kershaw bicone, an irregular bicone. You like that?
That's what I like, yeah.
So they range in size from 4x2 to 6x4. Very girly, very subtle. And that pastel tone that you get with your rose quartz sits perfectly with the pastel tones you get from your green amethyst, you know, those apple greens that come through. And that is 85 carats. These are your top drilled drops. I would probably use those together, actually. It's a very subtle and elegant design, actually. They range in size, the green amethyst, from 6x3 to 12x9mm in size. Now, whenever we take a collection of gemstones and bundle them together, the idea is that we can offer you a massive saving. Well, we've got 2 gems of distinction strands here. I happen to know for a fact that none of these gemstones are priced at under £2 on our website. But tonight, we're going to offer you some pretty phenomenal value. Let's have a look at the price we can give you for a 5-strand super saver. Under £10 for 5 strands of gemstones. And you've got amethyst there, you've got rose quartz, and You've got your agates, got people coming through buying 2s and 3s of these. I'm not surprised. The value that we're offering you here today at Jewellery Maker is out of this world, and we have just gone above and beyond the call of duty here. 5 strands for under £10. That's exactly, in fact, at £9.95, that's exactly £1.99 per strand. Where else would you get this huge carat weight of green amethyst for £1.99? Polished, drop drilled, top drilled drops, drop drilled drops,
Drop drilled, I like drop drilled,
tops,
yeah.
Top drilled drops of green amethyst for £1.99. Rose quartz for £1.99. And, we've been thinking about the way you can integrate these gemstones into headpieces or bridal wear. Have a look at this little tiara. I actually think this looks kind of almost inspired by Mother Nature. They almost look like little berries, don't they?
Yeah,
The
lovely.
red agate have been
That's a
saying.
lovely one.
I was saying that I thought the rose quartz and the green amethyst would work really well together because of those quite subtle pastel tones, and they absolutely do. And then you've got the red agate giving it a little pop of colour. I like that. Then have a look at this design. This is quite interesting, actually. So we've used the 3mm rounds here to frame the monochrome agates there. So that's a little bit different. Actually, those look like little flowers in the centre as well, don't they? There you go. So, as I was saying, the 3mm rounds, very, very versatile, very sought after. And, of course, you've got 2 gems of distinction strands in here as well, all for £9.95. Now, whenever I take one strand under £5, the phone lines go crazy. And I know that so many of you have already got your orders up and running today. This is the way to maximise on the value we can offer you on genuine gemstones. A wholesale bundle like this for £9.95, and you get 5 strands of gemstones. If you want to get involved, dial that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. We are going to go to a quick break, but when we return, we'll be edging ever closer to the wire mesh deal that we let you know about yesterday. This is not to be missed. The phone lines are going to light up, so the second we bring the code on screen for the wire mesh deal, make sure you're ready to dial that free phone number. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Bead Looming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Come and join guest designer Mark as he shares his passion for beautiful jewellery making with genuine gemstone chips and nuggets. You will learn various techniques including colour grading, how to triple plait, create stunning memory wire bracelets and earrings, as well as how to incorporate macrame into your designs. The full course includes a selection of gemstones, memory wire, threading materials and findings, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and gemstone museum, and a chance to visit our shop. And all for just $79.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker. Join guest designer Debbie Bulford as she takes you on the fascinating journey of creating face canes using polymer clay. In each chapter, Debbie will guide you through how to create each part of the face. Then, with the final chapter, advance your skills and learn how to add detail and character to your piece. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have two delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the introduction to stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed and we are very lucky to be joined by the lovely Debbie Kershaw this evening as well. You right, Debs? Oh, yeah. What are you working on over there?
I'm playing.
Playing with your kit?
I've got lovely bits to play with.
Have you?
I've got...
Show off.
Yeah. It's not like work. Oh, it's terribly hard work.
I know how you feel.
It's really difficult.
So there you go. You're working with your jewellery kits. A bit of wire going on there?
Bit of wire, yeah. I've got a lovely... silver bits and pieces.
You've got little bits and bobs
Amethyst.
You're adding into the kit, that's what it is.
Yeah.
I see. Okay, so our jewellery kit's coming up at 8 PM. Debbie is currently creating some inspirational designs to present with the launch of this particular kit. That'll be at 8 PM, but at 7 PM, I've just messed that up. Sorry, everything just fell down before you cut to it. Sorry. There we go. Still to do. But coming up at 7 PM, another very exciting... Oh, you've come back to it. There you go. Tidied. The tidied version. Have a look at this. This is your wire mesh. Now, we did a bit of a deal on this last night. I can tell you that it's sold out in about 2 minutes flat. It was your 18mm variety last night. Tonight, your 10mm variety, and it's all the metallic tones. So you've got your antique gold, your black or gunmetal, your 18 karat gold, your rose gold and your silver. Those are the colour tones. And it's going to be an even better price than last night. If that was possible. It is possible, my producer's telling me. So there you go. That is a deal not to be missed. Coming up at 7 PM. So even if you know somebody else who may be, I don't know, doing something tonight, they have another commitment, then add 2 to your basket, make it friend for life, because the wire mesh coming up at 7 p.m, it is going to prove to be very popular. We know because we did one last night and it was a sellout deal in about 2 minutes flat. It does give your jewellery designs a completely different dimension. It takes them in another direction, doesn't it, Deb?
I love wire mesh. It's bizarre because the first time someone asked me to use it, I'd never used it before. And it was for a catalogue for something, and they just wanted some jewellery, and I thought, oh, what do I do this? But do you know, it's so easy to use, and you can make things that are really amazing, and people go, wow, did you make that? And it's so easy and simple. It doesn't take a long time. That's what you want to hear when
you made something. Somebody says, well, did you make that?
Yeah, and you go, oh yeah, it took ages.
Oh, I think this has
lovely and
already
malleable.
Been demonstrated with, but this is why everybody loves it. It's a bit magic. It's actually called magic mesh. So there you go, look, you can stretch it all out. And then, whoop, like that. Okay, we've got so much stuff to get through. I'm getting in trouble in my ear. What's new? So, my producer's saying, get on with it, Ed. Come on. You already know the mesh is going to sell out. Let's get some deals on there. Director said, stop meshing about, Ed.
Oh.
The groan of discontent from Kershaw there. Let's give everybody a deal on another trade show-esque item. This is your portfolio bag. Perfect for transporting your designs to a trade show, in fact. I'll show you the inside. Somebody sent in a poem. Oh, guest designer Mark has sent in a poem for Deb. Well, get it on there. Let's see it. I want to see this immediately. I'm going to read it. I'm going to look at it. Hi, Ed. Oh, Debbie. We missed each other today. We will miss each other tomorrow. We are like ships in the night. We will meet soon. It's not a poem, but it reads. It does read very nice. So that's that other guest designer, Mark, who joined me last week. It was around about this time last week. Thursday night last week. That's what it was.
We keep missing each other.
I see. So you're in on the same day, but he's always left when you arrive. We should arrange some sort of get-together for all the cool guys here at Jewellery Maker. Right, the portfolio bag. That wasn't a poem, but it did read very... It was verse-like, wasn't it? It's poetic. It was lyrical, that's the word. That was good. Portfolio bag, 30 by 23 centimetres in size, but just have a look how useful it is. Let's keep poetry out of jewellery making.
Why?
I don't know. It's one of those things my friend always used to say. Somebody I know used to say, let's keep poetry out of this thing. So, your portfolio bag allows you to actually transport, I would say, your made up items. But actually, I've seen people using these for all manner of things. I actually saw somebody who, I shouldn't say this because they'd actually damaged it, but they cut all these out. They were using it as a laptop bag. Well, they had done because it was on Facebook, and there definitely wasn't any flaps in there.
I haven't seen that before. Is it new?
You've never seen this bag?
I need it.
Oh my word!
How clever is that? You can put all of your finished pieces in all the little pockets.
In the little individual compartments.
That is
you see?
so clever.
So this is perfect for anybody who missed out on the trade show offers. We relaunched the Late Show when it became the Late Show from the Miss It Miss Out show with this item, was it? Oh no, it was the other one, wasn't it? It was a storage bag. But it has proved to be very, very popular. It's very another reordered item here at Jewellery Maker. But there you go. One of our very experienced designers laying eyes on this for the first time.
Yeah,
it's a necessity for anybody transporting their jewellery to craft fairs, or even if you're sort of going to visit a client and you want to show them an example of your work.
Oh, that would look
like a real pro when you turn up with this.
It just the convenience of it. You know, you could have your finished signs, or and just because usually I'm wrapping them in tissue paper and bubble wrap and putting them on top of each other, and that would be very, very. I've honestly never seen that before.
A time saver, and I'll tell you what it is perfect for: carry on. Because it's quite strict these days, isn't it? At airports. Yes. Of what you can take in your hand luggage, and it has to fit in a certain compartment and stuff like that.
And it matches the bag up.
There you go, you see.
I've got the bag.
So once everything's all branded, that's the other thing about your craft fair. If you've got all the right tools and all of your, you look like more of a pro. We were talking about credibility earlier, weren't we? $14.95. Another add it to your order price when you consider exactly how useful it is. And the guys in the gallery are coming up with lots of uses for the little compartments, actually. Do you know what, actually? Oh, I just thought of something. I just spent a fortune on storage boxes, basically because my house looks like a Toys R Us. And actually, I'm thinking I could put a lot of my child's toys
Lego would be good in there.
Lego.
Am I allowed to say that?
I'll say whatever
I just did, sorry.
I'll say whatever I want.
But you know, the little building block things, because you know, like you have wheels in one, and that's a good idea, actually.
It's a good idea. Very, very useful item. They're not just for the jewellery makers out there, although ideal for transporting made-up pieces of jewellery because it's going to keep them so safe. And we've had a message. Tracy from Cheshire has commented via JewelleryMaker.com, say, hi, I have 3 bags, has all my little tools in, earring, jig, etc. I can pull out sheet with set of tools I need.
I need one.
Oh, they hadn't cut them out. You're right, right. It's a Velcro.
Oh,
I was thinking they'd cut them out, but yeah, you're right. So yes, it's Velcro. I know, I've seen this bag loads of times
That's
and I'm
even
just
better.
getting
Wow.
to grips with it now. Ah, so this is even more useful than I thought. There you go. I thought somebody had gone, like, taken a pair of scissors to it, but they hadn't. They'd just gone like that and taken it out. Absolutely brilliant. $14.95. No jewellery maker should be without one. In fact, I got a message earlier from a customer asking when we would have the storage bags back in stock. You can add the portfolio right now. We're going to move on though. Oh, nearly got tricked then. I thought this was my favourite gemstone from it there. Doesn't it look just like kunzite?
Yeah.
Because traditionally when we have, say, like morganite or rose quartz, you get those silk-like inclusions. You don't normally see clarity like this from those gemstones. And that's what you've got here. You've got that very subtle, feminine colour tone from your lavender amethyst, but you've got unbelievable clarity. And it's even more evident from the way the gemstone itself has been faceted. Through drilled drops. So again, very easy to incorporate into your designs because all you need is like a head pin, and the way it's going to sit, it will work perfectly in, say, like a pair of earrings, a bit of movement. That's probably what you want because you've got a lot of facets on the surface of these gemstones. And of course, the more facets, the more play of light you're going to get. Well, the more sparkle you're going to get. That's what we're all after, as we've already discussed this evening. 45 carats in total. And the drops range in size from 7x4 to 11x7. And despite the fact this is a Gems of Distinction strand, we only have a limited number available. We're going to give everybody an exclusive price reduction. Only available for 60 minutes. Let's have a look at the current price. $11.95 for 45 carats of lavender amethyst. We're talking about the more well-known gemstones earlier, usually leading to greater sales. Amethyst has to be one of the most well-known gemstones on the market, but I think most people equate it to the more traditional purple tones. But again, you could be the person that educates your customer base on that and explains that there are multiple varieties of amethyst, and this is a particularly feminine variety, isn't it? The lavender amethyst. 45 carats in total, currently available at $11.95. In 60 minutes, that's the price point you're going to have to pay. Already represents pretty incredible value, but right now, we're giving you back the equivalent of your P&P. And that matches the lowest ever price on this particular strand, so this is your best opportunity to get involved because not only are we matching the lowest ever price, but we only have a limited number available in stock. It has proved to be very popular. I'm not really surprised. It's the perfect substitute for a very high-end gemstone like kunzite if you want to create that feel without having to invest in kunzite, and also the opportunities to actually get hold of kunzite are a little bit few and far between, aren't they? But lavender amethyst ticking the exact same boxes for me. Very feminine, beautiful clarity, faceted to perfection, and a price reduction. $8.95 is the price point you'll pay this evening, the lowest ever price for the last in stock. We are going to move on, so we've got so much to fit in. Keep saying that. Oh yeah. Now, I've actually got a piece of jewellery featuring this particular wooden bead, because I stole it last week from the show. I acquired it. I was asked to wear them for the show, and then I left with them.
A shame.
Accidentally.
Never mind.
Yeah, accidentally on purpose. So, this is your tiger ebony wood, and what we had was a bit of a manly make show last week, Dev.
Yeah,
Mark and
I didn't see it. I saw it advertised. I bet it was amazing.
It was really interesting to see the different designs, because we always talk about being able to make cufflinks with the toggle clasp,
Yep.
but I actually made one. So now I know how to make it, as Mark showed me.
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
So, and one of our resident jewellery makers had created a pair of cufflinks using these little spades.
They're brilliant.
They're gorgeous. I'm a massive fan of poker, you see.
Yeah.
So the next time that my friends and I sort of get dressed up for a bit of a poker game, I'm going to be wearing my Ace of Spade, hopefully lucky cufflinks. That's what I'm hoping.
That would be good for Father's Day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a really good
It's
idea.
coming, isn't it? Would they get there in time? I think it's 2 to 3 days.
I don't know. When is it? When is Father's Day?
Sunday.
Soon is. Oh, crumbs.
Ed knows.
I know. I've already had my present. I ran
That
out
would be
of aftershave.
fantastic. You've had it already.
Yeah, I ran out of aftershave, so the kids just came trundling in with
Aw.
my present for me. Have a look at this. I think these are perfect, but they're not just perfect for sort of masking designs or cufflinks, because you could use these. Remember last week we were talking about creating bookmarks, tend to sell very well at craft fairs. You only need one gemstone to hang from them. These will be perfect because it's a wooden bead, quite lightweight. Or key rings, that was a suggestion from Sam, our tech op. Or charms, of course. Wooden charms are going to look perfect, aren't they? Especially with this very distinctive shape.
They're quite surfy as well, aren't they? You know, when you go on holiday, you have one bit of leather or cord, and then you have one charm. That would be cool for that, wouldn't it? I think quite a lot of hip young men would wear that.
Oh yeah, like any of the lads in the studio,
Yeah,
you could get away
basically.
with those kind of designs. Dan, you would wear these, wouldn't you? Yeah, you'd rock that.
You would, yeah.
There you go. So the interesting thing about these is they've got quite a large hole in them as well, 4mm in size, so you can get quite a significant size of wire or cord through there. That's the
good.
point that Mark was making when he was on the show. Yeah, I've got the hole, there you go. So you can get your cord and your wire
brilliant.
through there.
Yeah.
So very, very versatile, very easy to work with. They have proved to be very popular. We had them as part of a bundle last week, and that particular bundle was a sellout, so I know they're popular. And when you see the price point for the individual strand, you're going to be dialing up. $8.95, and it has quite a sort of mahogany-esque finish to your tiger ebony wood. Quite dark tone. Again, perfect for masculine designs, but actually it'd work quite well in sort of monochrome designs, actually, slightly toned down. Maybe some clear quartz would work quite well with it, do you think?
Quite tribal as well. Tribal's quite in.
Very in this season. I was reading
Very,
an article about
so
that. Yeah.
you could do quite a tribal piece with some vibrant colours if you're doing a feminine piece.
Yes.
Or if you wanted, as I say, I don't think you often come across lightweight beads that you can use for either gender, like male or female.
Yes.
So they're really quite handy to have in your stash, aren't they?
So it's a unisex strand. It's a lightweight strand. I'll tell you what it would go brilliantly well with, the amber that we've seen over the weekend, because again, it's quite lightweight. So you could actually make a piece that looks very gem heavy, that's quite a showcase piece, but actually is very comfortable to wear because it'd be quite lightweight. $8.95. Lots of people getting involved on that particular deal. I'm not surprised. It's not something we have every day here at Jewellery Maker, but of course all of those wooden beads hand carved into those little spade shapes. We are going to move on though. What are we moving on to? Ooh, sky blue apatite. Look at this. Can't go wrong with this particular strand because it is that swimming pool blue. That's how I describe it. It doesn't sound particularly romantic, but I can't think of another colour tone that would get that across to everybody. I mean, it's a very tropical-like tone, isn't it? Even the guy just started singing Club Tropicana. Or was it not? It's a different song, he tells me. Club Tropicana, drinks are free. 45 carats in total. This again comes from our Gems of Distinction range. 30 centimetre strands, so you're getting a huge amount of gemstones on this, particularly as they're quite delicate cuts. They range from 3x1 to 5x2. And of course, most people's first investment in gemstone jewellery tends to be either a blue or a purple gemstone. So again, this may lead to greater sales if you're working with your blue gemstones. Sky blue apatite, another quite well-known gemstone, I would say. And actually, if you look really closely, actually tropical blue is quite a good term for this, because you've got those sea green tones coming through. But we only have single figures of availability. So let's get that price on the screen, because people are already allocating this to baskets under £10 once again for what I would describe as jewellery quality gemstones. I know I'm going to get in trouble from Alice for saying that. It's one of our customers. She told me off, Debs.
Why?
Because she said all of the gemstones are jewellery quality, because she makes jewellery out of it.
Good point.
She did make a good point, but I was trying to, you know, describe the distinction between the denser gemstones, which are more traditionally used in crafting, and then the kind of gemstones that you'd expect to see set into gold. And this is absolutely one of those. Faceted, beautiful clarity, gorgeous saturation of colour. It's always flown out the door, and we are now left with single figures of availability, and we have got lots of people adding this to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. Looks to me like it could be a sellout tonight, so even if you are caught in two minds, make sure you're dialing right now to avoid disappointment. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can make your final decision once you've actually seen it in the flesh and got a true appreciation. We are going to have to leave that one with you though, because it is now time for another star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy. On this occasion, the producer has bundled together two different varieties of jasper so that he can offer you an exclusive saving. And let's have a look at the colour tones. Again, they're perfect for the summer months coming up. We've got these very sort of earthy or almost desert-like tones. Oh, and it's called Desert Flower. You and your flowers, eh? It is appropriate though, because we've got two strands of Marquise cuts here, and they are ever popular for creating petals in those floral motifs, or leaves for the vine-like designs as well. And again, I would say you've got two colour tones here which are probably unisex. You could use these in a variety of different designs for males or females. These are your picture jasper. They're 12x5mm in size, giving you 50 carats in total. It's a very popular variety of jasper here at Jewellery Maker actually, and we've got the slightly larger red jasper, or as regular buyers know, I describe it as terracotta jasper. Just because I want to get the colour tone across to everybody, not because I think I'm any sort of authority, but red jasper is in fact the most popular variety, the most frequent form of jasper that we find is red jasper. But just in case anybody thinks they're getting that sort of ruby red, it does have more of a sort of brick red-like tone to it, doesn't it? And you also got this very interesting webbing on the surface of the gemstone. So each and every gemstone on both strands is going to be totally individual and create a totally bespoke finish to your designs. These are slightly larger. They're 20x7mm in size rather than these, which are 12x5. But I actually think that works really well together in the design. And have a look at this, because you've got this sort of a cascading style effect if you use them in this way. That's just quite simple wire work, isn't it? There they've wrapped a collection of the gemstones together, but the way they sit, because of the marquee shape, it's really beautiful. We know you like the marquee cuts, Deb.
And it's organic. I'm just looking at it from here. It's organic and it's quite tribal
Yes,
in its feel.
It's very on trend.
The colours already do the work for you because they're just beautiful, and it just falls like leaves on a tree.
Yes.
Like you look at a tree and you just think it's beautiful, and it's just effortless, that, isn't it? I can't see from how she's done it, but it just looks like she's wire wrapped them all.
It's just twisted
fantastic.
wire, yeah.
It just looks beautiful. And that's a really easy technique if you haven't done wire work before to begin with, isn't it?
So you just feed a collection of the gemstones onto the wire and then twist it.
Twist it like the
create
tiara
a loop.
technique.
Yeah.
And then just keep adding in, and you see, like I was talking about the organic feel,
Yep.
you start to see the shape.
So you start
forming.
to sort of build layers into
And you
your
might think,
design.
I want a bit more on that side, and it you know, but that's really beautiful.
It's almost like when you see, you know, like a willow tree, and the way
Exactly
it
that.
hangs, it just feels like, oh, that's
Exactly
where
that.
it was comfortable.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know what I mean?
exactly
That's
that.
exactly the effect you get here, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
Okay, this particular bundle, known as Desert Flower, allows you to get hold of 2 strands of Marquise cut jasper for one ridiculous price, and here it comes, $7.95 for 2 strands of jasper here in your Marquise cut. 12 by 5 mil on your picture jasper, 20 by 7 mil on your red jasper. If you were to buy these individually, it would take about £12.40. So, my producer this evening, saving you about £4.50. Best part of £5 saving on 2 strands of jasper. $7.95 this evening. If you do want to add this to your order, then start dialing that free phone number right now. Lots of people getting involved now on the free phone number. If you are shopping with us at JewelleryMaker.com, don't forget, if you place an item in your basket, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. My producer's really falling in love with this design, actually, and I can see why. It just highlights how bespoke jewellery designs actually can make a bigger impact than, you know, your traditional designs. So producer Liam's saying, if you factor in the price of the wire that you've used here and a little bit of gold chain, because actually it's just been finished with a simple lobster claw clasp, and actually this is a nice little touch. One of the smaller Marquise jaspers placed on the end of the extender chain. I always think that's a really nice little touch.
Yeah, I do.
And so, you know, if you factor in the price of the gemstones, which is $7.95, a little bit of chain, a little bit of wire, for under, say, under £10 to create this beautiful jewellery design, how much could you potentially achieve? It depends on the location, on the venue, of course, but, you know, for your time, your labour, quite a large carat weight of gemstones. What would you say, Deb? You'd be looking for £15 surely for the necklace?
25.
No? 25.
I
There
don't think
go.
you should undersell your jewellery, especially, you know, that you've made it and that you've got genuine gemstones. And again, with these 2 strands, the work's been done for you in a certain respect that
Because of the cut.
the cut and the colours together.
Yes.
I can imagine what I don't know who made this. Was it one
I
of
can
the
tell you it was Suzanne.
Suzanne? So I bet she just saw that on the board and it just came to her straight away. It's
straight
not
away,
you
yeah.
don't have to sit for a long time thinking, what shall I do?
That's actually something that I don't talk a lot about on air, but it's a key factor, I suppose, for a lot of jewellery makers, the fact that the design sort of jumps out at you.
Yeah.
You hear it a lot from people who do carving, don't you?
Yes.
And they say, oh, that the form was already inside the piece of wood. I was just, you know, that is that
Exactly
kind
that.
of thing, isn't it? But with gemstones, the design just jumps out at you, then you haven't got to sit down with your sketch pad and spend hours trying to get into a creative mode of thought, if you like.
No. And if you'd have got 2 different colours, or maybe one of those with a different colour, say black, you would have gone in a different direction.
Yes, if you
because
think,
that
like,
would be lovely. You could put black in the mix there.
In there
And
as
look at that, if you just, instead of chain, you used a beaded length of the black bicones. Completely different look.
Sorry. Jinx.
Jinx!
We did that as well. But, you know, what you just said is really interesting, because I told a story recently. I was talking to Angela Edwards, who runs the business workshop.
Oh,
so if
yes.
you do want to, you know, translate the hobby into a business, she gives you techniques for how to do that.
That's good.
And she was saying she took a lot of her old stock to a craft fair, and because, you know, it didn't really matter anymore because she'd had it in her stocks for a long time. She just had it in a bucket, like £3 a piece, didn't sell one. She had a load of the Jewellery Maker bracelet boxes, put them all in there at £20, sold the lot.
That's what I mean.
Because, you know, if you don't build value into your pieces, you can't expect your customers to see the value.
And they'll just think, oh, that's something that somebody's imported from somewhere that there's millions of. You've got to give it value. And I don't think you should undersell. And I know sometimes it's difficult because you think, oh, well, I made it, I can't charge that. But you can. Yeah.
Well, you have to. That's the key thing, isn't it? You have to build the value into the piece yourself, otherwise your customer will never understand where the value lies. $7.95 for 2 strands, and as Debbie rightly says, the gemstone's doing a lot of the creative work for you there in terms of the cut and the colours. Coming up, top of the hour, we're having texts coming through already saying, can't you put the wire mesh on her? Not until 7 p.m. Got to wait. Patience is a virtue, everyone. Have a look at these. We know it's going to be popular. How many of this particular bundle do we have? Ooh, just over 100. 106. I think we had similar quantity last night. As I say, it sold out in about 2 minutes flat. Really, really popular. I think when we first got it in stock, people weren't entirely sure how they were going to work with it, but as soon as Gemma turned up with a number of designs, now it's very, very popular. So that is coming up. Not long to wait, about 15, 20 minutes. We'll kick off with this. This is the ruby that I was referring to during the last hour of the show. Absolutely out of this world. Here, this really highlights the difference between red corundum and pink corundum, doesn't it? That is the pigeon blood red that you're looking for in ruby that most people associate with the gemstone. $10 carats in total. Now, when we talk about our gems of distinction range, when we talk about our elite quality gemstones, this is what we're referring to. These are the kind of gemstones which allow you not only to achieve the price points that you want to, but also, I think when your customers see rubies of this quality, they'll be expecting to pay that premium. So, you know, you haven't even really got to go to those lenses to justify the price point, because people will understand where the value is if you're working with rubies of this quality. Absolutely out of this world. They're faceted to perfection. It's almost as though the laboratories have thought about where they're going to place every single facet on every single gemstone, despite the fact that they're very, very small and delicate. They're 2x1, ranging up to 4x2, so almost micro faceting there. Very, very difficult process to facet a gemstone this small. But that's what you've got. And it creates a very elegant effect because you've got that sparkle you're looking for. But of course, you're working with one of the most well-known and traditional gemstones available. It is, of course, a birthstone. It's July's birthstone, so it could be the optimum time to be stocking up on next month's birthstone. Such a depth of colour here that you're almost getting a bit of luster there. So real saturation of colour, what you'd associate with rubies, that rich pigeon blood red tone. But you've also got purple hues coming through there, and that's generally considered to be the best possible combination of colour hues within a ruby. That's when you're starting to get up into the higher levels of ruby valuation, when you can see those slight purple hues. And you know what that means. You've got to be setting these into yellow gold. Shall I impress Debbie now with my ruby knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, so because you've got the rich red hue as the primary colour tone here, and then you've got those slight purple tones coming through. There's only one colour in between purple and red on a traditional colour wheel, and that's blue. And yellow is the colour you use to neutralise blue. So if you set these into yellow gold, you're going to get the most intense colour tone you can get. You like that?
I like that. I would have put them with gold just because I think they'd look nice, but I wouldn't have had a scientific reason behind it. So there is one, I was right.
So you would have just set them into yellow gold anyway because they're so prestigious?
No, because I think it goes beautifully. You know,
but that's why it goes beautifully.
That's why,
yeah,
the science behind it.
Every day's a school day here at Jewellery Maker. It's educating the designers. But you're quite right, to be honest. If you're working with rubies of this quality, you've got to set them into precious metals anyway, haven't you? Because again, that allows you to build value into the design. So, you know, you don't want to buy top-end rubies and then set them into, you know, a base metal, because that's just silly. That's just silly. So if you do want to, maybe you're somebody who traditionally works at craft fairs and you've been investing in items from the trade show this morning, but you're starting to receive a few personal commissions where people are saying, can you make this specifically for me? These are the kind of gemstones that you want to have on offer when you're working personally with your clients. And of course, we have a Jewellery Maker price point for you. Here it is, $49.95 for, you know, what I would describe as top-end rubies. I mean, they're absolutely out of this world. Certainly some of the highest quality rubies we've ever had here at Jewellery Maker, and what I would associate traditionally with, you know, high-end jewellery design. One of the big four, of course, along with sapphires, emeralds and diamonds. And how about if you got the emerald at the start of the show, because of course the value on that bundle at the start of the show was so unbelievable. That would be a fantastic combination. I like red and green together. Is that something that you... And then, of course, you're offering two of the big four in one design.
It brings to mind, you know, the little gemstone bracelets that are really, really popular that people stack?
Yes.
That they're really designer, they're quite expensive. If you just strung the ruby on and you could have just one of the little gold tags, you could always stamp an initial or, you know, onto there to make it even more personalised in gold. And then you'd have something that the person would wear all the time, because it's not a heavy, clunky piece of jewellery. It's something that you'd put on all the time.
Yeah, it's
and
elegant, and delicate, but you could still wear it every day.
And that delicate look is, if you look at the celebrities, you almost always see that they're wearing one quite delicate bracelet.
It's always one gemstone all the way around as well, isn't it?
Which just, because then it's a ruby bracelet. I mean,
absolutely. I mean, if somebody's birthday is in July as well, that would be so special, wouldn't it? Someone's birthday, and you haven't really got to do a great deal of work. What do you need? A clasp and a little blank.
A little blank in gold, and you could even just do one initial if you wanted it to be really lovely and really special, just tiny. You could personalise it. In fact, you could put a date. You can put, if it's a birthday, you could put a 2 and a 1, 21, whatever.
Oh, that's nice.
Couldn't you?
Yeah,
just to personalise it further.
But I mean, when you're working with gemstones of this quality, that potentially could be the kind of jewellery that would have inherent value that you could pass down, wouldn't it? Because you've got 10 carats of ruby there, and it's exquisite. Okay, we've got to leave that one, I'm afraid. $49.95, phenomenal price point for the quality of the ruby that you're getting there. Even if you're in two minds, I would take the plunge. If you've got an order up and running, get it home. You've got 30 days to appreciate the beauty of that gemstone before you make your final decision. We've got a lot to fit in, haven't we? Here we go. I love this item. Oh, can we do 9 next? Thanks. Here am I, producing from the floor. Right, now, I'm just looking for a pair of tweezers because I've got to show you the size of these gemstones. Look at these. Now, these are checkerboard faceted smoky quartz. They're massive. They're bezel set into sterling silver. 24 by 16 mil in total for this particular pendant style gemstone. Hold on. I stand corrected. I thought that was the largest one. Actually, there's an even larger one in here. So I'm sorry. There you go. That's the 24 by 61. That's 10 carats of smoky quartz. 5 carats of smoky quartz right there. Oh, it doesn't make sense, okay? It says one of them is 5 carats and the other 2 are 10 carats, but they're smaller. I don't get it. I don't understand, you see? So you can understand my confusion now. Okay, so I'm guessing you've got 20 carats across 3 gemstones here, so I'm thinking that either... So I'm thinking this is probably about... Say this is 8 carats. And the other 2 are 6 carats. That would make more sense to me. So does that make sense? They're not that much more. So I'd say that is roughly 8 carats, and the other 2 are roughly 6 carats each, and that gets us to 20 carats. I think someone's done the maths wrong. Not on my watch, Debs. Not on my watch. Bezel set into sterling silver. So once again, the item itself is justifying the price point you want to achieve because it's giving you a high-end finish and you don't have to do any work. I mean, particularly with this item, because you also get your findings. So you get 1/2 metre of chain. I mean, you just want your largest bezel set smoky quartz set onto that chain.
Yeah.
Add the clasp, you also get the clasp. There you go, there's all the findings. 1/2 metre of chain. You get 2 sets of shepherd hooks. You've got your toggle clasp, your S-shaped links, and your jump rings, as well as your huge smoky quartz there, the national gemstone of Scotland. Let's have a look at our current price because we're going to give you the lowest ever price reduction on this very popular item. Should be $28.95, and don't forget these are all 925 sterling silver findings, but we only have 16 available in stock. Down to $19.95 for this very, very popular item. And actually, do you know what this would be perfect for? Beginners. And I don't mean people who have already started jewellery making. I'm talking about if this is a passion of yours and you want to try and coerce your best pal into it so that you can do it together. This would be perfect because they're going to be able to create very, very high-end and wearable jewellery designs without having to do much work. And so that sort of gives them an in, doesn't it? It shows them how easy it is to create your own jewellery designs. And of course, you've got this huge carat weight, checkerboard faceting as well. Oh, that's horrendous. I'll take that lid off again. I mean, anybody who loves this gemstone, and there's a lot of people out there who are very partial to a bit of smoky quartz, the fact that it's been set into 925 sterling silver already increases the value of the gemstone itself when you see it on the piece of jewellery, but the fact that you don't have to do much work, and it's going to be not particularly time consuming, and that allows you to maximise on the profit you can make, or of course to make a piece of jewellery or a set of jewellery to wear. And actually smoky quartz virtually goes with everything because you've got this chocolate brown tone, so you can wear it every single day. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. This is the perfect way to get started with jewellery making and the lowest ever price. Now, this is the one I've just requested that we show you. When you see it, you'll understand why. Gorgeous. Rainbow coated quartz, and these have got a bit of a sort of peacock tone to them. It says light green, but you have got the light green tones in there, but you've also got your purples, your fuchsias, your electric blues. I'd say these are almost peacock-like tones. These are really fun, aren't they? They're perfect for quite contemporary designs, really. I'm thinking sort of festival jewellery.
Yeah, it'd be lovely. It'd be nice with a bit of brown cord.
Yes.
You could make your Shambhala type bracelets, your Kumihimo type bracelets, or you can just simply put them, I don't know about the holes, but if you were doing your Shambhala, you could have your lazy strand on just a piece of beading thread.
Looks like quite a large hole.
Yeah, so I think you'd be able to get your cord through there quite comfortably. So again, you can just, another great way to start making jewellery, I started off with doing corded bracelets because I like wearing them.
Okay.
So you know, you just thread your bead on, tie a double knot each side of the bead, go along a bit.
You could even get the knotting tool, make it even easier.
That would make it, don't think I knew about that then.
No, there you go. But that's what Jewellery Maker is all about.
Absolutely.
Making these jewellery making techniques as easy as possible, making the hobby as accessible as possible. I'm thinking even stretchy bracelets.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make it as easy as possible. I'm just thinking because the gemstones are going to create such an impact, you can make stretchy bracelets. I would guess that on a more slender feminine wrist, you could probably make 2 or 3, well 3 I would guess, stretchy bracelets out of this. And then again, you can keep it simple, just an initialed blank on there, on the end of the clasp. There you go, massively profitable and a very contemporary introduction into your jewellery designs. They almost have a mystical like feel to them, don't they? Because you get the iridescence, if you like, the different colour tones depending on what part of the gemstone the light is hitting. So you've got those purples, those fuchsias, those blues, those greens, and it almost has a sort of bubble-like feel to it, sort of that play of oil on water. 150 carats in total, 8mm plain rounds, which are very, very popular, very sought after right now. Here comes your price point. $7.95. Wasn't expecting to see that, and actually the rainbow coated quartz have always been popular here at Jewellery Maker, but at $7.95 they're an add it to your order item, aren't they? We only have single figures of availability remaining in stock now. We're very busy tonight, and that's because so many people opened their orders thanks to the trade show this morning. You can now take advantage of our 1 P&P per day of $2.95 and add to that order when we're giving you deals like this. Maybe you missed out on previous opportunities to own this strand. We now only have a handful left in stock. In fact, we're down to the last 5. So if you do want to add it to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. $7.95 is your price point for 150 carats of your rainbow coated quartz. We are going to move on though to this month's birthstone, and this time we've got the white moonstone variety. So rather than getting that traditional adulorescence, you're going to get more of that almost chatoyancy, that little shiller. Can we see that? I'll just get on. You see that? There it is, that little shiller that you get on the surface of white moonstone. And of course, it's this optical phenomenon that makes the gemstone itself so popular and attracts so much attention. And let's celebrate June's birthdays by giving white moonstone a price reduction. So we're going to make this month's birthstone even more accessible than it is already. Of course, here at Jewellery Maker, we offer you the best value on the market, particularly from our Gems of Distinction range. Just have a look right there on that facet. You can really appreciate that little bit of shiller, that adulorescence that you get from the moonstone. Again, our studio lighting, not the optimum setting to display these phenomenons within gemstones, but that's why we offer you a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get it home, see it in the flesh, and make an informed decision. These are faceted rondelles, so you've got every possible opportunity to integrate that adulorescence into your designs because of the faceting on the outer edge of the gemstone. Currently available for $11.95, and of course in 60 minutes that's the price point you'll pay. But tonight we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction. We're going to honour the launch price on this particular strand, so maybe you missed out on the first ever opportunity to own this. We traditionally launch items at a slightly lower price just to make it a real impressive deal. What was going on when this was launched? Normally jumps from like $9.95 to $11.95 on the website because we want to make the original launch as exclusive as possible. But $6.95, that is a serious launch price for a Gems of Distinction strand, isn't it? You wouldn't expect to see moonstone of this quality being launched at $6.95. Fact, I'll be happy to pay $11.95 for this strand. This is my birthstone, Deb. It's probably the only gemstone jewellery I actually own. Moonstone, I guess. I did own one diamond in my dad's signet ring.
Oh, yeah.
But I've lost it.
Oh,
Hopefully
dear.
my mum's not watching, otherwise I'm going to get in loads of trouble for saying that on live TV. Okay, everybody's taking advantage of this particular deal and adding it to their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. If you want to get involved, please dial that free phone number as quickly as possible because we've just taken a Gems of Distinction strand of moonstone, this month's birthstone, down to what I would describe as a clearance price, never mind a launch price, $6.95. What were they thinking? That just goes to show you the kind of value we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker. The best value on the market for genuine gemstones, $6.95, and my producer's desperate to get that price off screen. Don't buy it at that point, I'm joking. Take advantage of these deals whenever you can. We are going to move on because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion it is the wire mesh deal. Okay, now just to make this as fair as possible, because it sold out so quickly last night, we had people texting through, didn't we, to say they'd missed out on the deal actually. We're never going to limit you to one here at Jewellery Maker, so it really is a race against time. So because the second this comes on screen, all of our web buyers will already be able to see the code and the price and add it to their basket. I'm going to tell you to start dialing the free phone number right now. I'm going to do it with you. 0800 6444 655. I've got a massive phone. It's ringing. It's ringing. Get the graphics on screen. Okay. In fact, I've got members of the management team looking down because they're so excited by this. Look at this. We've already got 4 multi-buyers coming through on the phone lines. That's the way to do it. And now all of the web buyers are reacting very quickly as well. It's the wire mesh. This is the 10mm deal. So all of these are 10mm in diameter. You get a metre of each. And you've got all the metallic shades here. So you've got your silver, your rose gold, your black or gunmetal, your 18 karat gold and your antique gold there. That's how I would describe these colour tones. And they're really, really popular, aren't they? We had a look at these designs last night, but for anybody who missed out, just have a look at how this can be used to great effect within your design. So you can see here it's responsible for creating the structure of the design, and that's how a lot of people have used it. I was attributing that earlier on this evening to, I think it was Gemma Crow that did it first. He just created a wire structure and stretched it around it and saw how effective it was, creating a sort of bib-like structure here. But as a result, it's doing a lot of the work. You haven't had to do a lot of beading or wire work because less is more, really. You've created a backdrop for the floral motif there. So just a few little gemstones, and actually here the colour hue in the gemstones matches the colour of the colour on the magic mesh, so that works perfectly. Don't have to use it for structural. You can see here the structure on this design's been used creating the wire, and then it's created the more organic petal-like feel, if you like. Oh, not the best bust. Sorry, black on black. There we go. There you go. And you can appreciate the fact that it's almost formed the organic petal-like form on that one. This one blows my mind. I love this one. This features the sort of antique gold tone that you get is part of this collection, in fact. Perfect for leaves, aren't they? Because they almost have that sort of skeletal-like feel. You know when you find the skeleton of a leaf when you're a kid, and you get all excited.
Really,
actual silversmithing.
Yeah, intense process of getting the skeleton-like feel, and just to think that you can get the same sort of effect with the wire mesh,
and it does look
beautiful. And yeah, you just form the leaf and then you pull the wire over, twist it.
Yeah, because it takes the shape, doesn't it? And then, and actually, once you've, if you get bored of that design, you want to break your design down. If you pull the wire mesh, it just goes back.
It's brilliant.
So it's normal shape. Okay, they are flying out the door. We only started with 106 of these. And I think well over half the stock's already been allocated. This is what you're getting, 5 meters in total, and each mesh is 10mm in diameter. It's going to work with most people's designs because you've got all of the metallic tones here. Let's get the price on screen because they're flying out the door. $9.95. Just represents incredible value, doesn't it? Kind of thing that we're proud of here at Jewellery Maker. This one's trying to get out. There we go. It was melting my mind there, the fact that lid wasn't on properly. Very anal when it comes to these things. 5 different colour tones, 5 meters, 10mm in diameter, and you can see the huge impact it's going to have on your jewellery designs, particularly wire workers, I think, because of course you can create the structures using wire, but also I've seen these being used as an alternative to threading material, so people actually setting the gemstones inside the wire mesh. You pull it tight and then it holds the gemstone in place, doesn't it, Deb?
Yeah, and I think sometimes if you've got a gemstone strand that's maybe an unusual colour that you wouldn't usually use, you can set it inside the mesh, and so that the mesh is covering it, and then it just pokes through. So that's a nice idea.
So it tones it down.
Yeah, so if you've got a strand that you're not really sure what to do with, or maybe you've got a strand that's quite a wishy-washy colour that you're not really sure what to do with, then you can put the mesh over the top, and that's one way of using up those sorts of rounds.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Because I guess, you know, if somebody's got a bead scoop, or maybe somebody's bought a bundle and they've ended up with a strand and they're not quite sure how to use it, the wire mesh might be a great way to integrate that strand that's intimidating you into your design.
Exactly, and if you've got a beautifully faceted strand, you're not going to want to cover it up, are you?
No,
so,
not at all.
you know, maybe you've got a plain agate or something you wouldn't mind covering up with a mesh, and then it just adds that feature, and as you say, you can see the colour poking through, so it's really nice.
That's a great way to use the mesh. Okay, it looks like we now are approaching limited availability. Tried to warn everybody about the popularity of this wire mesh. We had the 18mm variety on last night. It was a slightly higher price, but it sold out in about 2 minutes, and it looks like this is going to go the same way at the lower price of $9.95. We only had 106, and we've got about 17 left in stock. So if you want to add this to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now, or click to find out JewelleryMaker.com. I know that quite a lot of people may have invested in a number of different items this morning on the trade show, and you might have been thinking, that's it for today, I am not taking any more items from Jewellery Maker today. This is the way to maximise on your 1 P&P per day. So if you paid your $2.95, maximise on your deal by adding the mesh to your order. It's going to easily make your gemstones and your threading materials go a lot further, and it's also going to create a very structural but textured finish to your designs. We are approaching very, very limited availability on this particular item, and it is under £10 for 5 meters of your magic mesh. If you want to add that to your order, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to find out JewelleryMaker.com. Of course, never take my word for it in terms of stock availability, because it's constantly fluctuating on my producer's screen. The help team, they are the definitive last word on whether there is any stock available. So make sure, if you're interested in this item, you speak to a member of the help team, and they will add it to your order if there are any available. $9.95 is the price point. We are going to leave that one with you now, and we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we've got a few particular deals coming up in this hour, and we also have Debbie's jewellery kit coming up at 8 PM. So stay tuned, we will be back in 2 minutes.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay one postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95, and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95, and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio, and a visit to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away. Come and join guest designer Natalia Coleman and learn how to use fashion leather to create stunning pieces of jewellery. Natalia will guide you through the process of working with the leather to create 4 unique and different designs. This workshop is perfect for beginners. No previous experience of jewellery making is necessary. The full course includes a selection of leather sheets, a variety of leather findings, use of gold, silver or copper coated wire, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and museum and a chance to visit the shop. All of this for just £99.95. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the introduction to stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer clay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. This is the Late Show. My name's Ed and I am joined by the lovely Debbie Kershaw, who's working away there. She's got something interesting going on her wire mandrel with about 12 different...
This is my mandrel. You know we were talking earlier?
Yes.
This is my one because
In fact, we did a price reduction on that mandrel earlier.
Don't tell me that.
You know what, I was doing the metal stamps last week, Debbie, and I was talking about the fact that you'd invested in yours a long time before Jewellery Maker.
A lady asked me the other day what I paid, and I said that's just irrelevant what I paid because it was before they were widely available.
Yeah.
It's nice they're widely available now though, because that means that they're not exclusive and everyone can have a go.
Yeah. Well, I've been totally won over by metal stamping. I think that everybody should have a set for their craft fairs because you can individualise your jewellery. I don't see any reason not to have something going on at your store.
People love that. They love to think that even if you've made something in front of them, and they can say to their friends, "I saw that the person make this."
Actually, I've said those words before.
Yeah.
I know that I have. When I've been, a tourist somewhere, and you've been somewhere, I'm like, oh well, I actually saw the man make this, so I know that is an attraction for people. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Never thought of that. What are we doing tomorrow morning, Debs?
I don't know. We're doing stamping. It said stamping on my schedule.
I was thinking that because that's why that's what.
It did say stamping. My kits aren't any stamps, but it did say stamping on my schedule, so I don't know because sometimes it changes. Doesn't
there you go. You might get some metal stamping demonstrations from Deb and myself tomorrow morning at 9 AM. But right now, we've got add it to your order deals to cover everybody who got involved with the trade show this morning. My producer's telling me off. He's saying, "You come on here, promoting your morning show. We've got deals to bring everybody on the late show. Don't worry. I've got that covered as well." At 8 PM we have this fantastic jewellery kit, and this is really the concept with which the whole channel was launched. The idea that we give you everything you need to create a beautiful set of jewellery. Or of course, I was thinking nowadays, because there's so many jewellery makers out there, it's the perfect way to replenish all of your stocks. You get gemstones and threading materials and wire in this kit. So that's coming up in less than an hour. At 7:30 though, we've got another exciting bundle. It's this one, isn't it? It's the large sort of statement sized gemstones. So this is coming up in about 20 minutes time, if that, maybe 15 minutes before our next star by. You know what? I tried to stop one falling and knock the other one off, Debs. Calamity of errors. Right, let's get rocking. Where are we starting? Oh my word. Look at this for a strand of citrine. We saw a strand of citrine earlier that was more of a sort of Ed strand of citrine because it was faceted, it was specific sizes, they look like they should be set into jewellery designs. Now we've got a Debbie strand of citrine. Look at this, the chunky, irregular, organic cuts here. Do you love
Can
this?
I touch them?
Yes, of course.
Now this is
Debbie, you can do whatever you want.
Goodness me. Now I think strands like this are very hard to get hold of. When I look for them, oh, that's beautiful.
Love it.
If I hold it in longer, I'll keep it.
What?
That's very me.
You know what? The first thing you wanted to do is touch the gemstones. Why is that? Just to get a feel for
I just think
the texture, or?
that it's a tactile thing, isn't it? Which is why it's difficult sometimes when you're looking through the screen. But I wanted to feel if they felt the way I thought that they would. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. So when you saw them, you already had a design in mind, and you wanted to see whether the finish on the gemstone would suit that design. Is
And
that what
I
you mean?
can't see incredibly well from over here. I usually have to look up at my monitor, but they are as gorgeous close up as I want these if my husband's watching.
There you go.
Can I have these, please? Thank you.
There you go. What are they like?
That's
these
how
jewellery
much I
makers?
like them.
Last night, Tech Up Sam, who's a jewellery maker, was on cameras. We did a deal, and she just ran out the room. All of a sudden, Sam's staff times 10. She bought 10 strands of it. Jewellery makers. You see, this is why we had to make her stand up and admit that it's no longer a hobby, and it's bordered into an addiction.
I think that's okay.
That's fine.
That's fine. I think
It's a productive addiction.
it's productive. You're making beautiful things. You're being creative.
Yeah, I think it's important to have a creative outlet. Producer Liam agrees. He's a musician, you see. He plays the bass, so when he wants to blow away the cobwebs, he just picks up his instrument.
These are beautiful.
Pete's a bit of a filmmaker, aren't you, Pete?
Oh, are you?
Pete's got his own creative outlet.
Thumbs up from Pete.
Director Bruce just likes to sit back and skip to some smooth jazz.
Ooh.
Bit of Kenny G.
Oh no, has he been talking to Lucy?
Right, let's get back to the genuine gemstones. That's what we're here for. 490 carats here. And, well, you can see that this strand has captured everyone's imagination here in the studio. I think you're ticking quite a lot of boxes with this because you've got almost a crackled-like effect inside the gemstone. That's where you can see the crystal structure there. So already you've got sort of a talking point, a point of interest, as well as a little bit of texture, I suppose. You could quite easily work with some polished gemstones when you're working with these because the crackled effect in the citrine will provide you with texture. On top of that, yes, you've got irregularities in the shape of the nuggets here, but actually you have got quite large facets on the surface of the gemstone. That's what's created almost even more of an organic finish on the gemstone strands. So they still have quite a high-end feel to them despite the fact that they're very organic.
They look very designer, they look very expensive. That's probably why I wanted to touch them as well. I don't know why, you can kind of, you want to feel something when it's jewellery, don't you? And you want to try it on, you want to see what it feels like. I was just thinking that if you saw these in a boutique or a gallery made into, I mean, I'd go full statement, I'd use a lot of them, but you could just wire wrap one and have it as a pendant, and you could get lots of those on a strand, couldn't you? You could have it as a ring. There's lots of possibilities because of the different shapes of the stones, and they're big enough to sort of stand alone, aren't they?
Absolutely, but I actually agree with you. I think when you've got all these irregularities in the shapes and the facets, you want quite a lot of them in the design because you want to show that to your customer.
You do, and the beauty's in the way they sit together, the way they reflect the light. They're just beautiful. I think they're one of the strands that I'd have to think a lot about what I was going to do because I just want to keep getting it out.
This is one way you would get your sketchbook out.
I would, and I would keep getting it out and looking at it and seeing where it took me. It is really beautiful. If you like this sort of thing, I would go for this strand. It's very, very pretty.
It's very summery as well because you've got champagne hues, you've got almost marmalade or amber-like hues as well as those buttercup yellows. So something for every jewellery making scenario. And here comes your price point this evening, $11.95 for 490 carats. And even the smallest one on this strand is 15 by 8 mil, the largest of which is 32 by 11, so a very, very significant size on each and every gemstone. Oh, my producer's just pointing out that you didn't look very impressed with the price point there. You dismiss it. $11.95.
If I strung those and wore them around my neck, which is quite my style really, just a plain black dress, and I had those around my neck as they are, just the clasp, that looks so expensive. That looks like I've gone to a gallery and bought a necklace for about £300. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's got a boutique finish to it, or even like you're saying, sort of like gallery, museum-esque finish.
High-end, very unusual individual pieces can be made from this sort of, because you don't get them every day. You don't see strands like this everywhere, and you don't, especially not at affordable prices that you'd be able to pay, most people.
You know it's a one of a kind, don't you? Because no one's going to have been able to recreate all
and I bet they're all
irregularities.
different. I mean, I know they are anyway, but I bet if you got another strand, I bet it would be quite different.
Oh, absolutely,
I like that about it.
You would. You'd see that variation in sizes. $11.95. And of course, not just the variation in sizes, but the variation in the colour tones as well across the strand really feeds into the design process. I think that's absolutely gorgeous. Okay, we're moving on. We've got some more citrine. I'll tell you what, how about these together? So you could almost use the smaller, are these puffy coins? Is that what they've been classified as? Yes, they're 10mm puffy coins. You could use these as like the spacers so that you do get the impact from the nuggets. See, I've got lots of creative ideas, I just can't do any of it. I can do a bit of chainmail now.
Can you?
Yeah.
See, I don't do that. I don't have the patience for it.
Oh, I think it's easy. You always get a professional finish. That's why I like it.
It's funny, isn't it? That's quite a precise thing to do as well, isn't it? And I'm quite organic.
But I think once it's quite repetitive as well. So once you've got it, you can really go through quite a lot of it.
Yeah.
But I think this is the perfect combination because you've got those crackled like inclusions inside this citrine as well. And very similar colour tone as well. You've got those.
You could do a whole suite of jewellery with those two together. I mean, I think if you got both of those, you'd be looking at doing a suite of jewellery. So you'd be looking at doing probably some different style necklaces, 3 or 4 different style necklaces, earrings, ring, bracelets, so that you offer that as a suite of jewellery.
Right, okay, so a whole collection around these just two strands.
Those, because they stand on their own enough for that, I think.
And of course, if your birthday falls into November, you're going to want to own that set of jewellery, aren't you? This is November's birthstone citrine. Shares the month with the gemstone topaz. 150 carats in total. And we're going to give everybody a price reduction. So if you thought Debbie was annoyed at the last price point, no need to smash the place up, okay? That's what we're here to do, give people value on gemstones. Already, Jay, it's an accident. Already available at $9.95. For the next 60 minutes, you can add this to your order for a clearance price of $6.95. Oh, it hasn't worked on the screen. Don't worry, the producer will rectify that. If you are shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, though, you can see that clearance price. $6.95 for 150 carats of November's birthstone, beautiful citrine. And I was thinking, you know what, you're quite lucky actually if your birthday falls in November and somebody's bought you some citrine jewellery, because you know, if you wake up and it's like a dreary, rainy November morning and you get to wear your birthstone, which just happens to be the gemstone of happiness, you know, these sunny vibes that you get from citrine, that could give you a bit of a lift in the day.
I think it would.
It's actually, I read a sort of psychological study that says that yellow is a colour that does increase positivity and happiness when you wear it. Don't know how accurate that is, but obviously somebody's used a load of money to investigate this at some point, and this was their findings. Congratulations to everybody coming through on the phone lines. We've got lots of multi-buyers on this particular strand, and if you are adding it to your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, then congratulations, because you are making the most of a clearance price this evening for 150 carats of citrine. Lots of people still coming through at JewelleryMaker.com, so as I say, if you do want to take advantage of that deal, it is available, but only for 60 minutes. But you do still have your 30-day money-back guarantee, so still a risk-free shopping experience, but a bit of a deal. $6.95 for 150 carats of citrine puffy coins. I wondered what that was. Okay, so we have now this particular item. Now this might not be what you get. You could get anything. it's a mystery gift deal. Now, it's £9.95 for the mystery gift, and basically what happens is whenever we create a bundle, it represents a discount price. There is a saving involved, and anything that falls under a certain price point will fall into the £9.95 category. Now what happens is maybe we'll have 1 or 2 items left of a particular bundle, or maybe somebody will use their 30-day money-back guarantee. In fact, traditionally what happens is people tend to order 3 or 4 mystery gifts, keep the ones that are applicable to their Jewellery Maker and send the others back, so they know they're going to get something which is useful to them as a Jewellery Maker. Now, if, for example, we put together a bundle and normally the price point would be $13.90, I'm just picking that out of the air, then normally the price point for the bundle would be $9.95, say. And so that particular bundle will fall into that category. If we have any remaining in stock, there's a little section for it in our warehouse where those bundles are all collected, and then they become a mystery gift, so you just don't know what you're going to get. Do you know what this would be perfect for? If you're investing in a gift for a jewellery maker you live with and you don't know what kind of discipline they're into, whether it's wire work or metal stamping or polymer clay or classic beading, you don't know what they do, you can invest in a number of different mystery gifts and you can say, you know, do any of these fit the bill? If not, you still got your 30-day money back guarantee, you can send them back, or maybe you will take the plunge for them and they'll take up a different discipline, different genre of jewellery making, because you've bought them the item, an item they never would have invested in previously. Now, this is an example of a $9.95 mystery gift. It really identifies the impressive value that you get from our bundles here. This has fallen into the $9.95 category. 4 strands of graduated gemstones. I mean, again, all the creative work's done for you here in terms of the graduation, isn't it? You could just restrand these, add a clasp, you got 4 necklaces. Now you might not get this. In fact, I have no idea what you're going to get. That's the nature of a mystery gift. But this is just representative of the kind of item that falls into that $9.95 category. We also have a $14.95 category and a $19.95 category. So this is the best or best value mystery gift, or the lowest price mystery gift at $9.95. And yeah, you could get a value of items. Actually, I have seen $9.95 mystery gifts where the value of all the items added up was closer to £20. It's just that the price point on the bundle happened to be very low. So there you go. You always know that you're going to make a saving, and I would say the most efficient way to invest in one of our mystery gifts is to get 2 or 3. Then you know that you're probably going to get something that you're after. But I mean, we've seen some pretty impressive $9.95 bundles. We've seen ones were just tools. Remember, I think it was like the hammer and the block or something that would fall into the $9.95. I mean, you wouldn't get that normally for $9.95, would you?
No.
That would normally be $13.90. How weird is that? Because they're both $6.95, aren't they? The hammer and the block. Is that right?
I think
so. So that would normally be $13.90, and it was falling into the $9.95 category. That's just one that I'm picking out of the air. As I say, I don't know what you're going to get. It's a mystery, but that's quite fun, isn't it? You know, maybe, you know, if you've got a little bit of, say, birthday money, you know, bits of paper that fall out of cards, you know the ones, and, you know, you don't have anything planned for that, then maybe get hold of 2 or 3 mystery gifts, see what you get. You know you're going to be making a saving. At $9.95, got lots of people interested in that item. If you have placed it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Here we go, one for all the wire workers here for me, because even if you're a beginner, it's going to be very, very easy to create very sellable jewellery designs. The reason I say that is that I see these as quite contemporary rings designs.
Oh yeah.
Because the little slots are almost like guidelines, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're like a little blueprint, so you can literally create a 4-pronged setting by just fitting the wire around the petals.
Yeah.
All you need is your ring mandrel. We've already given you a deal on that tonight. In fact, that deal must have run out now. Well, I hope everybody took advantage. And And you get your accents gemstones for your ring as well. So you could put those on the shoulder.
Yep.
Because you've got these little spacer beads in there as well. Interesting. Never thought of that before. But actually, of course, you can have the matching earrings, the matching pendant. You don't really have to do any work here. Again, this is a bit of a time saver. So if you are putting together a collection for, say, a craft fair, of course, we've been very focused on trade style jewellery makers today, people who are thinking of selling their designs. What you can actually do here is use this strand almost to buy back time. If you've had to invest a lot of time in creating your showcase pieces for your craft fair store, this allows you almost like, you know, to churn out your items, because you can create rings, earrings and pendants without having to do much work at all. All you're really doing is either creating the prong setting or putting them onto head pins and onto your shepherd hooks. Lots of character in the designs, but the carving itself is doing all the creative work. Do you agree with that, Debbie? See where I'm going with that?
I think as well, you've got to have different price points, haven't you? So you'll have people that will come and fall in love with something and spend £50, whatever.
Sure.
But you'll get lots and lots of people who'll come and spend sort of £5 on a pendant.
Yeah.
And if you wire wrapped that again and just put it on a piece of cord, or you put it on a bracelet where you just have that in the middle.
Watch face style bracelets or bangles.
Or as you say, a ring, then you'd get quite a bit of profit from that one strand.
That is a great idea, actually. And that just goes to show you the way in which you need to operate if you are selling your jewellery designs. Like Debbie's saying, you need to have a real range of products, because traditionally in the craft fair venues, yes, you'll have somebody who's been planning to go for 2 weeks and comes armed with some disposable cash, but you'll also have some people who have just been dragged to a village hall on a Saturday morning. They don't really know what they're doing there, but it's down to you to attract attention to those designs. And we're going to be able to provide you with an exclusive price reduction, currently available at £8.95. But that's not your price. For the next 60 minutes, we are going to take the price down and offer you a bit of a clearance deal, really. £5.95. It's a bit of a familiar price to us this evening. The reason I say that is because my producer's just been getting in trouble. Because he's been going so low on the prices tonight. This is what I'm saying. On trade show day, you've got to be maximising on your 1p and P. We're trying to make genuine gemstones and, of course, your component parts for jewellery making as accessible as possible. We've done deals on clasps. We've done deals on gemstones. We've got deals coming up on wire coming up later in the show. If you want to get involved right now is the time to be dialing that free phone number. £5.95 for over 300 carats of green adventuring. These are your 5-petal flowers. They're 20mm in size, so as I say, you don't really need to do a whole lot of work, because the gemstone itself is such a significant size that it's going to make a massive impact on your design. And actually, you get your accent gemstones on that strand as well. You get these tiny little, I'm going to estimate they're 2 or 3 mil rounds. I'm guessing they're just clear quartz. They might. I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't know, so I won't say. But £5.95 for that strand is a clearance price. I've got to leave that one there because we've gone over time, and it is now star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion, producer Liam has bundled together a couple of statement strands of gemstones that will make a huge impact on your jewellery. Oh, I love this. This is quite Debbie Kershaw-esque, this design, I think. Yeah. You would wear that, wouldn't you, Dad? That's really nice, actually, because again, the gemstones on the strand are actually feeding into the design process there. The size on the opals and the sort of translucent effect that you get from your chalcedony actually highlights the banding on the opal itself, I think.
If you break it down though, you've got 3 gemstones, if I can see right from here,
Yep, 3
and a
gemstones.
bit of chain. And look how effective that is. And think what you could charge.
And because of the length of the chain, you don't even need a clasp, do you? 'Cause it'll just
No, that
fit
could just
over
pop
your head,
over your
yeah.
head, couldn't it?
So actually, the simplicity of the design is actually making it even more economical.
Sometimes less is more though.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's lovely to see the big intricate designs, but some people just wouldn't wear big intricate designs. It's
No.
not their thing.
I mean, that's an everyday piece. For
That's an
most people,
everyday
isn't it?
piece, but it's still quite striking and stunning.
And it's very organic because you're working with those gemstones that are quite earthy, like your boulder opal,
Yeah.
and you've got that almost aquatic feel, that sort of translucency from your chalcedony.
Yeah, I think you can get away with it because of the gemstones. If that was just pieces of plastic, it wouldn't look
No,
the
that
same.
would look
In exactly the same style, it wouldn't look anything like it.
No, it's the fact that you get that organic feel from the gemstones,
Yeah.
which I think enhances the design. How perfectly do both the gemstones work with the silver tone as well?
Yeah, lovely.
Gorgeous,
really
aren't
nice.
they? We have got some matching designs here. We've got some earrings created from the chalcedony, and then again, quite simple, but very, very effective. I mean, you can imagine a very classy lady wearing those as an everyday piece.
And they go with anything, don't they? They go with whatever you're wearing, that colour.
Oh, Debbie, you're going to love this. My producer said, oh, well, I'm already in trouble, might as well.
He's
push
really
the
going to
boat
go
out
for
here,
it.
Yeah. I like this guy. He's a maverick.
He is.
He just said there's no point in getting half in trouble.
Yeah, if you're going to do something,
Yeah.
do it.
If you're gonna be called to the manager's office tomorrow, you might as well make it worthwhile. Say, yeah, you're right. I did go way too far. So that's what he's gonna do. Make a statement. That's what Liam's gonna do, and that's what you can do if you're investing in this bundle. Should be, if you were to buy these 2 gems of distinction strands individually, it should be $22.90. $23.90. This is the price that the producer was going to sell it to you at. $14.95. So it's already representing a huge reduction. You have to consider the fact that both these strands come from our Gems of Distinction range. They're elite quality gemstones and absolutely huge. Now, at the top there you can see the boulder opal. And those range in size from 14 by 13 to 28 by 18. On the bottom there you can see the white chalcedony, and these again are regular nuggets ranging from 14 by 12 to 23 by 18. And my producer's going above and beyond now. He's taking it to $11.95. That's a saving of well over £10 now. And actually, he sort of handed you back your P&P on the intended price of this bundle. So it should be $23.90. We're now down to $11.95, a saving of over £10 on both of these designs. I mean, you can see here that Suzanne again has created this very simple but effective design. I mean, I would say that is very, very sellable. That's the kind of item you will see in a boutique window. That's the kind of design you'll see emulated by the high street stores, actually, like you were saying, in synthetics, isn't it?
Exactly.
But when you're working with genuine gemstones, particularly opal, tends to be a very popular gemstone. I know that people traditionally think of the pinfire, the colour play in opal, but actually, you know, there are a huge variety of opals, and again, you could be the one that actually educates your customer base in terms of gemstones. If somebody's birthday falls in October, then they're going to want to own this. There's no two ways about it. 3 gemstones here, I would say that's going to be at least £20. And then look at this. If you really want to appreciate the beauty of boulder opal, this is a really great example of the gemstone itself, because you've got very statement style banding there, because you've got the sky blue, then you've got the storm cloud grey. That is beautiful. But one gemstone here, I mean, that's probably a £10 piece of jewellery when you think about the carat weight of the gemstone itself. And you've got the whole bundle for $11.95. So again, it's a great way to maximise on the profit you can make from your strands. if you do create rings or earrings, or even sort of minimalist style necklaces. But actually the graduation of sizes there, it's a very traditional design concept, isn't it? The larger ones graduating down. It's making a massive statement on our audience as well, this particular bundle, because we've created a short queue on the phone lines. Don't panic, it is a free phone number. Congratulations to everybody multi-buying this strand. Should be $23.90, approved at $14.95. But because the producer's already been naughty tonight, he's decided to go the full hog and take this down to $11.95. Congratulations to everybody getting involved. That is a fantastic deal. $11.95 for Boulder Opal and Chalcedony. Coming up at the top of the hour, we've got another star buy in the form of our jewellery kit. And that's going to give everybody the opportunity not only to invest in gemstones and threading materials, a great variety of threading materials and that, but also to get a little bit of inspiration from the very talented Debbie Kershaw. And coming up as our superstar buy is the pastel collection. Very, very comprehensive collection of findings and gemstones. And here we've got three very traditional gemstones: peridot, amethyst and citrine. I'll tell you what, those are the little baby versions of those citrine nuggets there.
They are.
Gorgeous. And then you've got all of these findings as well, and they're not our traditional findings, if I can say that. They're these detailed charms, aren't they?
I've used them loads.
Oh, you've been working with this.
Yeah, he gave me those and the kit together.
And you've been mixing them up together. So basically you're going to want to get hold of the kit at 8 PM and the pastel collection coming up at around about 8:45. Might start the star by slightly early tonight to make sure everybody gets a chance to own one of those. We're going to move on though. And here we've got a very interesting strand from a big four. Okay, so there, this particular strand you can see is really backing up what I was saying earlier about the fact that ruby is really a colour classification of corundum. So sapphires and rubies are the exact same gemstones. I would say that a lot of these I would classify as hot pink sapphires. Another very rare gemstone, of course. You do get the red hues coming through on some of these gemstones. I can understand why it's been given that colour classification. If you do have a look, maybe at this one here, it's quite red as well. You've got a lot of red hues coming through from that particular gemstone. For the most part, though, I'd say these are generally pink sapphires rather than red rubies. But you know, it's the same gemstone. That's why the gemstone classification isn't too strict between rubies and sapphires, because as long as it is corundum, it's a colour classification. Obviously, the person that has been classifying this particular strand has felt that the red hues are strong enough to classify it as ruby. You know what? It's going to vary from strand to strand, of course, in our collection. So we'll take a selection of our strands and they will be classified, and of course that will transcend to the rest of the ones. Here, I would say we've got more pink sapphires than red rubies on this particular strand. Same gemstone though, and of course here you've got the irregularity in the droplets. They range from 5x3 to 16x7, quite a significant variation in the sizes. So by the time you get to the centre gemstones, those are huge, aren't they? Again, they're going to make a big impact. I think this is one for all the girly girls out there, because it's not a like subtle feminine pink. I was describing it last night, Deb, as Barbie pink.
No, I don't think it is though.
No?
No, I think that you could get away with that even if you. I like it, and I'm not an incredibly pink person.
Okay.
My daughter is, but I would say that you could get away with that. It's quite unusual. It's very unusual, the different colours within the strand. That's what
Absolutely,
I like about it.
Because you do get certain hues which are red there as well, but then you
like
get
cherry
the hot
red
pink,
almost.
yeah. And then you get the sort of raspberry pinks, if you like.
Yeah, I like that together.
Do you know what it would go well with? Your kit.
It would actually.
Because
Wouldn't it?
breaks up the two varieties of purple that you've got in your kit. Don't you think that works really well together?
That does work. That's gorgeous.
I love that colour combination. In fact, take the perfect colour as well. I just think those two together, because you've got real intensity from both colour tones, haven't you? I love that. That's a great combination, those different pink hues combined with the regality of those purple amethyst rondelles. I like that. That's coming up in the kit at 8 PM. This is a Gems of Distinction strand, and actually we don't see this colour tone very often in any gemstone, really. I'm thinking the only other colour tone I can associate this was maybe Flamingo Topaz has that kind of bright pink tone.
What a lovely name for a strand. I've never come across that.
Never seen Flamingo Topaz.
So
I don't
cool.
think we've ever had it here on Jewellery Maker, if I'm honest with you. It's quite rare.
Because that is flamingo colours almost.
It is, isn't it?
Exactly
Yeah.
what you said. Yeah.
Yeah, so there you go. So maybe that's the kind of colour tone you're looking for. Or Peony Topaz as well has a very similar pink tone. But, you know, obviously there's a specific heating process that creates the colours within topaz.
So is that natural?
This will have gone through some heating, because I would say about 90% of all
They do usually,
gemstones go
don't
through
they?
some heating process, and sapphires traditionally do need to be heated, or corundum, sorry, I know this has been classified as ruby. I keep thinking of it as pink sapphire. I bet, you know, if I went and got another strand of it, there'd be a few that were really bright red, and that's where it's come from. Of course, you've got your 30-day money-back guarantee, so you can make an informed decision once you get this home. Some people probably have been waiting a lifetime to find a gemstone with this hot pink tone, actually. And those are the people that are already coming through on the free phone number. And, of course, adding this to baskets at JewelleryMaker.com. Let's have a look at our price point tonight, then. $37.95 for this particular strand of beautiful corundum, featuring some of which are rubies and some of which are hot pink sapphires. Absolutely gorgeous. And actually, as a result of, you know, the fact that there are so many jewellery makers out there who actually need the variety, this will be very popular, because obviously you do get some. I mean, if you look at these quite close, you can see those sort of cherry red tones coming through. Those would be perfect for certain designs. Then here on the large gemstones, you've got those pink varieties. We've got a strand of tourmaline coming up later on, and there's a huge amount of pink tourmaline on the strand. And this was Jill who suggested, how did Jill know what else we had coming up in the air? Oh, right, so Jill suggested tourmaline was going with it. It just so happens we have a strand of tourmaline. I thought, wow, she's got insider info. I didn't even know this strand was in there. Well, Jill, you are exactly right. Do you know, we did a strand of tourmaline last night, didn't we? Pink tourmaline nuggets. So if you got hold of that, that is the perfect accompaniment to this beautiful strand of ruby or sapphire, depending on how you look at it. Okay, we're going to leave that on with you because we've got to move on. Okay, we're going to give everybody a deal on wire, as we promised before we bring you that tourmaline. And this is your black coloured copper wire, 0.4mm gauge, so traditionally used for detailing and weaving, binding different pieces of structure together. I imagine black wire is pretty much an essential for most wire workers, Deb, because of course it's so neutral, it goes with everything.
It's that neutral colour, and if you want to do something different, if you don't want to have your silver, copper, gold, you want to do something a little bit different, then you can bring the black wire in there. I've got quite a breakfast at Tiffany's feel, you know, that kind of jewellery, that monochrome, and 0.4, well, you just need that because you need to weave and you can do your twisting. And
because you say like 0.6 and 0.8 have a variety of different uses within jewellery making, but if you do traditional wire work, you need 0.4 and 1 mil, because you need to do your structure and you need to do your detail. Is that right?
So if you get confused with all the numbers and what they mean, and all the American numbers and all the English numbers and all how different they are, if you just get your structure wire, and I mean, like with the 0.25, the little tiny, that's very good for crochet, but it's very hard to get your fingers round. So this is 0.4, I think, is a great starter wire. Lots of techniques you can do with that, easy techniques to get started off with. And then if you're a very experienced wire worker, you don't need me to tell you what to do with it.
Well, there you go. You don't need to tell me about breakfast at 2. Do you know that I'm a huge Audrey Hepburn fan?
I love Audrey Hepburn.
I love her too.
And I love her jewellery. I watch the films just to watch how she wears clothes and jewellery. I love her.
Our producer's just putting out that we love her in different ways.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry. That went over my head. I was thinking jewellery.
I do love her jewellery, but I also love her.
Of course you do. She's lovely, elegant lady.
Yes. Black coloured copper wire here, and apparently this has never been seen as an individual item. It's only previously featured as part of bundles.
Oh, that's handy.
That makes me think that our product strategists have been dealing with a lot of wire work experts, and they've been saying, I want the black wire, I want the black wire. So then that is a great indication that you as a jewellery maker at home needs to get hold of 100 metres of black coloured copper wire. This is your 0.4mm gauge, as Debbie says, an essential, and if Debbie says it, it has to be true when it comes to wire work. Start dialing right now. We have got a special deal for you. Here comes your price this evening. $14.95. Another added to your price when you consider just how far that's going to go. We're talking about 100 metres. We always talk about the fact that we aim to be your one-stop shop for all your jewellery making needs here on this channel. And I think it's items like this that really epitomise what we're trying to achieve. I mean, 100 metres, you know it's going to last you. Well, depending on how much wire work you do. As we say, this is really becoming more of an addiction than a hobby for a lot of people out there. But you know, with your 0.4, because you're generally going to be doing your little weaves or your little bits of detailing, you can imagine this going quite a long way. And like you said, that's actually just made me think of something, because I was thinking of black almost adds sort of dramatic or a theatrical finish to designs, doesn't it? I'm thinking the hot pinks and the black together.
That's very burlesque, isn't it?
Absolutely. I never thought of that. Whenever I think of the monochrome designs, I always think, oh, a bit of pink in there always adds drama. With black, white and pink always it's good. But that's probably why. That's where it comes.
It's
out
quite burlesque in feel, and that there's a whole kind of movement of fashion that goes along with that. And I think that would be quite dramatic, wouldn't it, together?
This looks phenomenal. I think anybody that got hold of the pink sapphire or ruby needs to be adding this to their order. $14.95. And would you say that, say 0.4mm, because it's quite malleable, it's quite easy to work with, isn't it, the lower gauges, would you say it's a good one if you're just starting with wire work?
Yeah, well, I think depending on what you want to make, you need your 0.4 to, even if you wanted to just string some beads, wire some beads in between a framework.
Yeah, I was thinking about the design we saw earlier with the marquise, the sort of cascading style.
Yeah, that's perfect.
0.4 work for that?
What, 0.4, and also for your tiara designs and your hair fascinators. You know that twisty
technique, yeah.
Which was they used for that necklace.
That's what was used, yeah.
That's a lovely, easy technique to begin with, and it gives some stunning effects. It doesn't look like it's, mind you, what's simple to one person isn't to another, but I think it's quite a great thing to start off with, really.
Okay, well that's good advice, because I have to say, despite the fact that wire work is probably our most popular genre of jewellery making here at Jewellery Maker, we have more designers, DVDs, workshops dedicated to wire work than any other. I find that it's the one I'm most intimidated by.
Is it?
Yeah, I just think that I'll never be able to achieve the finish that you and Gemma and
you can't compare me to your really brilliant wire work, because I use wire in my designs, but I'm not a really good wire worker. But I think you shouldn't be put off by that. I don't, you can look at a piece and think, oh, I could never do that, and it puts you off altogether. But you don't have to make pieces like that. You can use wire in your design. Lots of people have said that to me,
Really?
Yeah.
About wire work?
Oh, about wire work, but they're scared to even get started because they couldn't ever hope to create whatever. But
it's the finish for me. That's what it was always about for me. And like something like Laura Byrne did.
Yeah.
She scares the living daylights out of me. She starts with these huge reels of wire. She's very like free flowing, and she'll just be like, here you go, and it's like perfect.
She's like Batman.
Yeah, it's incredible. Anyway, it looks like there's lots of people who are confident with their wire work. They're flying in. $14.95 for 0.4mm black wire. And we're going to move on now to the tourmaline. We did promise everybody the opportunity to own this strand. This is perfect because tourmaline is known as the rainbow gemstone. More colour varieties, in tourmaline than any other gemstone, and this strand really highlights that. Just have a look at the variety of colour tones you've got here on one strand. This is one of our strands of chips, I think, or small nuggets. I swear they just changed them around just to throw me a curve. So this is the smaller nuggets. They range in size from 2x1 to 7x3. As a result, you get an 82 centimetre length of gemstones, so a huge number of gemstones. It represents 90 carats in total. And here you've got those raspberry pinks that we saw on that strand of corundum. You've almost got sort of chrome dioxide greens. You've got golden tones here that you might associate with the amber or the citrine we've had earlier. Actually, look at these. These are sort of like a petrol blue tone. They almost look black probably on your screen, but actually they do have a bit of colour tone to them. We've even got white tourmaline there as well. Oh, hold on a sec. Oh, can you see that on screen? There's a little bit of, like, almost like violet agerescence, the kind of thing I'd associate with moonstone coming through from one of the nuggets. It's very, very small nuggets, so it's going to be difficult to see it on screen, but yeah, I can definitely see it in that gemstone. That's incredible. Never seen that from tourmaline before. There you go, so a huge number of gemstones. And again, I would say if you are working with those larger nuggets, you know, the irregular cuts that Debbie's so fond of, I'd say these are the perfect accent stones, because then it gives a bit of a flow to the design, if you like. And we're going to be able to give everybody a price reduction. He really doesn't mind about getting in trouble tonight, does he? $9.95 for tourmaline. It's trade show day. We want to get you deals. Should be $9.95. We're not staying there. We're taking it down. And we're giving you a clearance price. We're handing you back the equivalent of your P&P tonight. 90 carats of tourmaline for $6.95.
That's crazy.
Again, you know, regular viewers. Oh, I never even noticed those more orange tones before. Those evaded me. Look at these rich sort of amber tones. You've got lime greens and you've got rich ambers there. These are gorgeous. This is why they call it the rainbow gemstone. You've got so many colour tones in one variety of gemstone here. And this is October's other birthstone, other than opal. So if you got hold of the bolder opal strand, then you could potentially work with those together. Create a really impressive birthstone piece. I think that lots of people maybe got turned on to working with chips and nuggets when Mark created his DVD.
Yeah.
As they're very, very popular now, aren't they? And for a while there, I think, again, maybe people are a little bit intimidated about how to integrate them into designs. I know that that was actually Mark's motivation for creating that set of jewellery and putting together that DVD. The fact that he didn't know how to use them, he thought, I'm going to find ways.
Yeah.
That's when you're going to learn more about yourself as a jewellery maker, when you actually take yourself out of your comfort zone, try to work with something that you're not comfortable with, then you're going to develop your jewellery making skills and potentially achieve greater sales or just a new and inventive look for your own designs. $6.95 is a clearance price this evening, and that's why I've got so many people multi-buying this strand. Could be a sellout, so if you do want to get involved, dial that free phone number or click to find out JewelleryMaker.com. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, the star buy that is our purple jewellery kit. Don't go away.
It was here almost 650 years ago in Amir, where King Jai Singh first laid the foundations that was to become one of the world's most famous walled cities, Jaipur.
The city of Jaipur, commonly known as the Pink City, is now taking centre stage for gemstone cutting and trading. It's here in the bursting heart of the walled city that our gems of distinction strands are cut, faceted and polished. So, how do you get a pile of tourmaline that looks like this into a gorgeous strand that looks like this? So when you've got a pile of tourmaline like this, it's going to be made into gemstone beads. First of all, each one of these gemstones need to be inspected. A line is then drawn down the middle of the gemstone or wherever the gem is going to be faceted, and it's then taken behind us and then faceted into these rough gem shapes. Once each gemstone has been cut into the amount of pieces it needs to be, it's then time to shape the gemstones. These gentlemen are working on anything from a round to a pear shape, pretty much any cut imaginable. The next process is polishing and faceting, and this takes a huge amount of skill. It can take years for a lapidress to be able to facet like this, and each one of the gemstones can take up to 10 minutes to cut. A really lengthy but incredible process.
The next stage of the process is really interesting. This is where each one of the gemstones is drilled. And what Sanjay's doing here is putting a drill through faceted beads of black tourmaline. The next stage after drilling is then to get the gemstones sorted into their appropriate colours and sizes. This can be a really, really lengthy process. Once the gemstones are sorted into different colours and sizes, they're then arranged into these strands and made into strands like this. Now each one of these gemstones could have gone through a 30 to 40 minute process to arrive on a strand like this. It's really quite incredible.
If there's one thing that my time in India has taught me, it's the hours of dedicated time that goes into making each one of the gemstones we sell on Jewellery Maker. Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star bite, and on this occasion it is one of our jewellery making kits. Now, we don't get the opportunity to bring you the jewellery kits as often as we'd like here on the Late Show. We don't have a guest designer join us every night, but tonight we have the lovely Debbie, and you've been working with this kit. Do you love it?
Kit. I love it.
It's right up your street.
But also the gemstones are gorgeous, and you get the cord and you get the wire in purple.
Yes, purple wire.
A really nice shade of purple as well. So really, even if you're into your soutache or if you're into your macrame or your kumihimo, anything like that, you've got your cord in there. But then you've also got your wire as well. I think it's 0.8 and 1 mil. So the possibilities are endless, really. Of what
that's
you can
right,
do.
0.8 and 1 mil, sorry. Dave.
Yeah, is it? Yeah. That's just from looking at it. So, there's loads that you can do with that together, and I decided that I would put it with the little findings kit that's coming later. So I did quite a bit of silver to it, because I think silver and purple. Oh, I mean, you can go gold and purple, because that can be a bit more vintagey opulent, looking. Yeah, but I went for silver and purple this time.
Yeah, it's a really complementary colour tones, aren't they? The purples and the silvers together. And see if you agree with this, because you were saying, oh, I don't know how to describe the purple, or it's a nice purple. It's chocolate wrapper purple.
It is,
That's
isn't
what
it?
it is.
Yeah, it is. No, you're right.
Everybody knows what I mean.
Yeah, it is.
Because, yes, you don't only get your wires as part of this, you've got 10 metres of your 1 mil and 10 metres of your 0.8 mil. You also get your traditional threading materials. That's such an interesting combination, because you've got this sort of copper tone of beading thread here. Or rose gold, I suppose. So you get 50 metres of your rose gold beading thread, you get 6 metres of elastic and 80 metres of monofilament, but the threading materials continue, because you've got your satin cord in navy blue and white, useful for your nautical designs over the summer months perhaps, and then you've got your wax cord in your cashmere blue and your purple. And each of those is 10 metres as well. So you've got 40 metres of cord there, 20 metres in your satin, 20 metres in your wax cord. You've got 20 metres of wire, 10 metres in your 1mm, 10 metres in your 0.8. You've also got your traditional threading materials, only with the added addition of your rose gold beading thread. And we won't let you down with your gemstones either. Have a look at this. Probably one of the most well-known gemstones available on the market. Gorgeous amethyst. February's birthstone now then. And of course, because this is February's birthstone, it has those traditional connotations with romance, those associations with Valentine's, of course.
We've got should we have a cabochon in there as well?
And a huge cabochon coin.
Do you want this one?
Yes, please, Dad. Thank you.
I thought it was missing.
I was thinking. We hadn't had all the items ticked off the list. There you go. So you've got your rondelles of amethyst, and that's the very traditional regal purple tone that you've got from your rondelles. These range in size from 2x1 to 5x3, perfect as accents or clustered to create beautiful effect because you'll get that play of light from the faceting. Then you've got your puffy coins, which are 10mm in size, giving you 120 characters. Bit of variation in the sizes, in the colour tones that you get here, ranging from those intense purples to the lavender tones. And then you've got the lavender amethyst cabochon coin. So now it all becomes clear because you can create a gorgeous soutache design because you've got your cords. You've got your satin cords in navy blue and white. That's actually quite a good combination with the lavender tone, isn't it?
It'd be gorgeous, wouldn't it?
Yeah, brilliant. But of course, the cabochons aren't just used for the soutache designs. I've seen beautiful wire work rings with the cabochons, and you've got your 1mm.
Yeah,
Wire,
so
you
that's
can
easy.
easily create a prong setting and set the lavender cabochon into there. I will say that is a 20 carat amethyst. So
Yeah, it's lovely.
I was saying recently on the show that when I was a producer on Gems TV, one of the most successful shows used to do every Sunday night, the 10 Carat Club.
Oh, yeah.
And every single piece of jewellery had a 10 carat gemstone in it.
Yeah.
Absolutely one of the most popular hours of the day when I was a producer on Gems TV, because people want to own huge carat weights, don't they? Particularly sort of jewellery connoisseurs, people who have got a huge jewellery collection, who are interested in gemstones and gemology. They want the larger carat weights. Well, you can go one further. You can let your customers join the 20 carat club, just with one design, a wire work ring, and it's a gorgeously feminine colour tone. So let's have a look at the price you would pay if you were to add all of these items to your order on a normal day here at Jewellery Maker. $38.50, and as we know, we offer you the best value on the market. There's everything you're going to get. Should be £38.50, but tonight, as part of the Amethyst Perfection Jewellery Kit, it's a good name.
It was a good name.
Like that. We're going to give you a huge saving. We're going to make this as affordable as possible. This afternoon when I arrived, it was $19.95. He said, yeah, I told you I'm going to get myself in trouble. There you go. He's taking it down to $17.95. Everybody who is watching us on JewelleryMaker.com or buying on JewelleryMaker.com, that means you're logged in. You need to be sending producer Liam a message of thanks this evening for his generosity. Not worried about his own employment. No. Just about getting Jewellery Makers deals. People are flying in now, taking advantage of that deal. I'm not surprised. I'm going to go and have a look at what Debbie's created, if that's all right. Just give the cameramen a chance to compose themselves, get themselves together. Look at that. There you go. They're on fire. Debbie, you actually had a hand in putting this together, didn't you? So you worked with our product strategist to say what you like?
Just said what I liked, kind of colours. I think they know that anyway, but I said the sort of things that I like to put together, and then I just kind of got a bundle given to me a couple of hours ago. So I was really pleased, because often you might get one thing that you asked for, but
Sure.
I pretty much got everything that I'd said I liked, so that was really lovely.
That's quite interesting, because sometimes, of course, the kits can be quite challenging design briefs.
Yeah, and sometimes if it's not your style, you might have to stand there and think long and hard about what you're going to do with it. But I think purple is popular. I mean, I don't know about you know, statistics and things, but I know that I always sell my purple jewellery.
Statistically, most people invest in a purple or a blue gemstone.
Oh, there you go then. I thought so, just from my own experience.
Yeah, that's
and
exactly what it is.
I love purple as well. It's quite a spiritual
I actually
colour.
usually attribute that to the gemstones that I think people tend to buy. So I think the reason that that's the case is that people generally buy amethyst or tanzanite. That's the first gemstone.
And the fluorite. And
of course, yes.
So I think with this as well, there are a lot of possibilities. I don't soutache, or else I probably would have put that in.
In that way.
How beautiful would that be in a soutache design?
How gorgeous would it be if you recreated that design on a larger scale, so you could still use the intense purple amethyst rondelles as the petals, but with a larger
it would be absolutely gorgeous. And I just played really with the, and you've got to bear in mind as well what the wire you can get through. So those little tiny ones, you can't get your purple wire through, your bigger gauges, because if you bear in mind you've got your 0.8 and your 1.
Of course.
So I just grabbed some 0.4, which is absolutely fine, of silver wire, and I thought it added quite a nice contrast. And obviously I got the box from later as well, so I added those.
Yeah, I was just about to mention the fact that your designs also feature the pastel collection, which is coming up as our superstar buy. So this was just because you didn't get a findings pack, and because we wanted to offer our customers the chance to own everything that Debbie uses in her collection. We've also given her this findings collection that's coming up at the end of the show as a superstar buy, and you can see the way you've really used the charms in this collection to take the designs onto that next level, haven't you?
Well, you know, sometimes when you look at these boxes and your mind kind of closes because you just think, oh, it's findings. But then I started rummaging and getting them out.
That's what you got to do.
And there are like flowers. You'll see on the necklace at the end that you've got little flowers, all different ones. So you've got sort of kind of lotus flower effect, you know, with the space, and then you've got the kind of more solid little flowers that I basically made. Used my cord, and I just used some of the little flowers as the endings, and I just used a slider clasp on the back, so that I'm using the cord as well. So it just gives it a bit more on trend than just putting chain around your neck. But of course you could do that if you wanted it to look that way. And I just think that purple and silver, I haven't used purple and silver together for a while actually, because I think I used to do it a lot and then I got out of the habit, because I was looking for different areas. But I think purple and silver, especially for summer.
Now you've gone back to it.
Yeah, well today, because I had this lovely set of charms, I just thought I'd put them together. But yeah, it's, again, there's so much you can do with it as well, because you've got your wire and your cord.
And actually, the gemstones,
I didn't use any of those.
You didn't use them, but how well would they work with it?
And how much more jewellery could you make?
Got a huge carat weight of gemstones there.
See,
this again is part of the pastel collection, that matrix box coming up at the end of the show. But you've got a huge carat weight of amethyst, and one of my favourite colour combinations is the lime greens and the regal purples. But we talked earlier, didn't we, about the purples and the golds?
Really, really nice.
So there you go. So that is coming up later in the show. As I say, if you have invested in the kit and you want to be able to recreate some of these designs that Debbie's been able to put together featuring these charms, then we also gave Debbie the pastel collection. It's coming up as our superstar buy at the end of the show, so you will be given the opportunity to own all of the items Debbie's used in her jewellery designs. But of course, because you don't get a findings pack in this kit, we have to provide you with some findings, and we did that using the pastel collection. So that's coming up as our superstar buy at the end of the show. We'll have no trouble out of you, gemstones. You pipe down over there. $17.95 should have been a little bit higher than that, but our producer's already got himself in trouble, so he's decided to run with it and see how much trouble he can get himself in. That, of course, equates to better deals for you at home. Debbie, thank you for your designs. They were gorgeous.
Welcome.
Brilliant. And don't forget, if you are absolutely loving the relationship that Debbie and I have on the screen, tune in tomorrow at 9 AM, because we'll be back here doing it all over again. Does that mean you're just staying around the corner, Debs?
I am.
You are?
Yeah, it's a night away from the children.
Oh, you lucky devil.
Well, yeah, but you say that, don't you? Think, oh, I'd love 5 minutes.
Yes, and I mean it.
And then you get away, and then all you do is think about your
kids.
kids.
Yeah, that is true. Whenever, you know what? Even now, I've only been out of the door for about 6 hours. I miss my children even when I'm at work. Seems silly, but all of the parents out there will know that feeling. Can't say I'd complain about a night without being woken up, if I'm honest with you, but you know, You're right, you do miss them when you're away from them. Okay, so we have got that Findings collection, which does feature a huge carat weight of gemstones coming up in around about half an hour's time, so not long to wait at all. Before that, of course, we're going to continue to add it to your order prices. And where are we going to start? Whoa, it's gorgeous. Yeah, I don't think I've seen this strand before. In fact, I haven't, because it's only featured on the show once before this evening. I'm already down to limited availability. This is one of the most attractive strands of Amazonite I've ever seen here on Jewellery Maker, and we've had some pretty high quality Amazonite in the past. We don't tend to find faceted varieties, but you can see exactly why this has been faceted, because you've got a beautiful variation of colour tones, haven't you? Sometimes you've got the very subtle pastel shades, at other parts you've got the more saturated, almost sea green tones, if you like. Love the checkerboard faceting, very uniformed across the surface of the gemstone, and so you get that beautiful play of light, but it is very subtle because of the pastel tones on this. This would go well with your purples as well, wouldn't it? Go really, really well. In fact, I've still got, right here, I'm just thinking about this strand of rondelles, you know, for all the people that flew in there, because we did have a lot of takers for our kit this evening. Very impressive. So I'm thinking, if you want to maximise on that 1P&P, then this could be the strand that you add to your order, and that will actually take the jewellery kit that you just invested in a completely different direction, because all of a sudden you've got those pastel tones there as well, so you've got so much creative scope as a designer just from one gemstone strand. The addition of one strand can make all the difference there. Amazonite, 90 carats in total. This is very, very high quality Amazonite. It does fall into our Gems of Distinction range, and the sizes range from 10 by 8 to 15 by 12. I will do a quick count because it will just be an estimation. Of course, gemstones are measured in terms of carat weight, but just to give you an idea, I'll give you a quick count up. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 in total on this strand. You could get 14, you could get 16, you will get 90 carats. Do you know what I'm thinking when I'm looking at this? It might just be because I've developed a bit of a penchant for this particular form, but I'm thinking cufflinks.
Yeah.
Because I would wear that gemstone happily. And actually, now that I look at it closer, it's almost like you've got a little shiller in there, isn't it? Can you see that? See? Mm. That is seriously high quality, isn't it? I don't think I've seen Amazonite like this before. It's beautiful. Only been seen once before today, so it was a premiere launch on a morning show. And here comes your price. $9.95. Absolutely wasn't expecting to see that price point then. I was actually taken aback then. I looked into the gallery like, what? I was just jealous. I was thinking, how come I didn't get to launch this Amazonite at $9.95? I was thinking that's going to be $17.95, something like that, from the Gems of Distinction range.
That's very good, isn't it?
Quality. Very, very high quality Amazonite. Probably the best I've seen. And it's available right now for $9.95. Another add it to your order price, really. Especially when you consider how labour intensive it would have been, not only to locate Amazonite of this quality, but then, of course, you've got to ship it to where our lapidarists are based. It's got to be cut, polished, faceted to this standard, sent back round the world so that we can put it on the TV screen so that Debbie can give you all the inspiration. And then we priced it at under £10. Doesn't make sense even to me, but of course, that's what we do. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we offer you the best value on gemstones, the highest possible quality we can source for you, and I think we've ticked every box there. Our mission statement has been met on this particular strand. Would you usually integrate these kind of colour tones? I know you like purple, but purple and green for me is a
purple and green is classic,
combination.
But this is a very zesty, quite unusual colour. Again, you're making a statement by putting those two colours together. Sometimes it doesn't have to be the design, it can be two colours that you put together that just makes people go, whoa.
Bit of colour blocking.
Yeah.
I know all about that now.
Bit of colour, and I think to get, even on its own, it's just such a lovely, summery, vibrant colour, isn't it?
It's gorgeous. It's almost like a peppermint green. It's quite fresh.
Yeah,
that's how I would describe the colour tone.
And sometimes that's a nice way to add colour to your wardrobe if you wear a lot of black, is to just with your jewellery,
Just
isn't
with jewellery,
it?
yeah. Well, Karen Crawford, another of our designers, I
Yeah.
did a show with her recently, and she says that all outfits should start with your jewellery, then you pick your attire.
Yeah, of course, that's
So
exactly how it should be.
There you go, you see. 90 carats of Amazonite, proving to be very, very popular. If you do want to take advantage of that deal, then dial that free phone number right now, or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. 16 you say? Oh, 13, sorry, can't hear. Here we go then. Trade show deal. Coming up for you, I'm going to grab this. And have they actually confiscated my tweezers now? They just thought it's so bad. Oh no, they're right here. There you go. So these are the gunmetal faceted little spacer beads. Actually, these could be used in micro macrame designs, couldn't they? They're little faceted cubes. They're 2mm in size, but you get 400 of them.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so you could... Oh, somebody's getting 399. Whoops. We'll find it, don't worry. They have irregularities again, I'm so bad. Oh, and I forgot to upload the private Ed and his tweezers video again as well.
If my dog was here, she'd fetch that for you.
Really? What kind of dog do you have?
I've got 2 dogs, and they go and get my beads and bring them back.
Do they really?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, I need one of them.
They do. And then they just kind of spit it into your hand, which isn't so nice, but you know.
Oh, should we suggest that we get a Jewellery Maker dog?
Oh, you can borrow one of mine, I'll bring her with me.
Pete's into this. I've never seen Pete so enthusiastic since the birthday show. Oh, actually, really, RSPCA have been in touch. They said you're not allowed to be around dogs.
Oh
no.
Only joking. I'm joking, of course. If it wasn't for his pet, Pete wouldn't have any friends. No, I'm joking.
Oh.
I'm Pete's friend. Everybody knows I'm joking. Pete's not hurt. He knows. I'm his buddy. Here we go. 400 black plated copper faceted cubes, 2mm in size, and I'm sure that jewellery makers out there already have a huge number of uses for these particular findings. They could be used to make your gemstones go a little bit further. I always think that sometimes if you've got like a high profile gemstone as the focal point of a design, you don't necessarily want an accent gemstone because it might steal focus, if you like. So these could be perfect as an accent.
They'd be good for kumihimo.
Yes, excellent.
Which reminds me that I've got some of those that I've been meaning to make a bracelet out of. It just reminded me, because you don't often get the numbers that you need.
You just inspired yourself.
Yeah, I have. I just thought, I meant to do that. But you don't often get the numbers in one packet. So say you were making a kumihimo bracelet, you'd need about 20 on each strand, and you've got 8 strands on a basic one, so you need a lot of beads to, you know. It actually looks, don't ask me maths questions, it looks amazing when it's done.
Watch out, Riley, I'm coming for you.
It looks amazing when it's done, so when you get a little pack of these, that would be great to do that with.
Yeah, you can make 2 because you've got 400 beads in here. It's another trade show style deal, a wholesale offer, and here comes your price point this evening, $7.95.
That's good.
That's an excellent deal. If you do your own research and you have a look at the kind of prices you can pay from other suppliers, you can pay like $7.95 for much smaller packs.
Yeah.
So that represents incredible value as ever here at Jewellery Maker. Did I tell you what happened to one of our customers, Debbie? They found a very similar looking strand from another online supplier.
Right.
And it looked just like that with the tassels, and they thought, this is the exact same supplier that Jewellery Maker uses, which isn't the case because, of course, we source all of our own gemstones, but they thought they'd outdone me. They told me this in an email, so they won't mind me saying it. And, you know, the picture was just of the strand with the tassels, so they were like, it's £2 cheaper than a Jewellery Maker strand. So they ordered it, got it home, it was 2 inches in length. They didn't give a length on there, they just assumed, you know, they just got excited. They thought it's got to be the same as a Jewellery Maker strand. Yeah, so they paid for you know, a tiny little length of gemstones which couldn't really be used.
That's not very good for anybody, really, is it?
But you know, it's not quite the same online, is it, as it is here?
You can't tell, can you?
And of course, you don't necessarily get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you do want to get the best value on the market and a risk-free shopping experience, then get your jewellery making needs met by our channel here at Jewellery Maker. $7.95 for 400 black-plated copper faceted cubes. Pithy.
That's not
I'm sure
easy to
you'll
say.
agree. Right, we'll move on. Who we get on to? Ah. Do you know, I knew that at some point you'd do this. This is kind of your colour tone, isn't it, Leah? You like the bright tones, the vibrancy. This is your lemon quartz. Now this again would go quite well with those citrine nuggets we saw earlier, because then you get that variation of golden tones in one strand. But you'd also get a real juxtaposition between the organic feel from the nuggets and the very high-end faceted finish from the rondelles. The rondelles themselves range in size from 5x3 to 9x6. Just have a look at the clarity you've got from this particular strand of lemon quartz. Such a sort of sunshine feel from the colour tone here. Very zesty. Again, perfect for the summer months. Actually, these would go very well with the peridot that we saw earlier on in the show, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of lemon and lime like vibe. You work much with the facet. I know that you love the chunky organic nuggets, but do you ever use the highly faceted gemstones?
Yeah, I do.
Well? Yeah?
I tend to. I always think that the highly faceted gemstones make a piece look really expensive and really classy. So if I want something a bit sophisticated, or I'm making often for other people, like I'm making for my mum, she's quite a sophisticated lady, I would use sort of a nice, expensive-looking faceted gemstone often.
Right. Okay. Actually, I just thought of something else, because I always think when I see these tones as well, you need something to set it against. Those black agate bicones.
That'd be brilliant.
They'd go well with it, wouldn't they?
I don't think you can go wrong with bicones, because you'll always find a use for them.
Right.
Because I think they're more, you can do things on your own with them, like beady beads are good because they go in. But they're always good as in between gemstones, as drops in between gemstones, just to give it that little something extra. And black and yellow, again, it's classic combination.
Yeah. One of Mother Nature's combinations, really. You should see how many bees are in my garden. And
Really?
I've got this huge bush at the bottom of just by the gate, and on every single flower there's a bee.
Oh, brilliant.
And it looks like, well, not brilliant for little Freddie.
Oh,
He's
no.
decided he's scared of bees.
Oh, dear.
There's a bee in the garden! So, yeah, that's where they live, mate. Leave them alone. Lemon quartz here. Faceted rondelles. Again, coming from the Gems of Distinction range. Wow. Just look, as I lean that back and the light enters the gemstone, it's almost like it has an inner glow. That is beautiful. You can really make the most of that in your designs, of course, because our studio lights, again, not necessarily the best place to show you these gemstones. When you see that in daylight, that is absolutely going to take your breath away. The rondelles, as I say, range from 5x3 to 9x6, and we are going to match the original launch price for this particular Gems of Distinction strand. Currently available at $11.95, but we're going to take it under £10 this evening to make this strand as accessible as possible. See, that's the kind of launch price I was thinking. That's what I was thinking it would be. Normally, it would rise to about $11.95 on the web. We've honoured the launch price this evening. We've taken it down to $9.95. If you do want to add Gems of Distinction standard gemstones to your collection, then, you know, I understand why if somebody's getting a Gems of Distinction strand of, say, zircon or tanzanite or emerald, or ruby, of course, we saw earlier, why they might want to keep it within their collection. But lemon quartz, a little bit more available, so you'd like to think that at $9.95 you don't necessarily have to keep this as a collector's piece. You can use this within your jewellery designs.
Oh yeah, you're right. Like, you wouldn't be scared of it.
No, yeah.
Yeah,
I think some people just don't want to cut that strand
it's
of
almost too
tanzanite or
nice.
ruby.
Yeah, no, this would be great, and it's really sunshine yellow as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's how I would describe it. Absolutely, sunshine yellow from your lemon quartz, and we have honoured the launch price, but that price is only available for the next 60 minutes. Oh, really? So we've only got single figures of availability remaining in stock because it was so popular on launch. I'm not really surprised when you look at gemstones of this quality and you think of them and a price point of £9.95, you can understand why it was really, really popular on launch. Do you know what as well? I always think faceted rondelles, perfect for charms, aren't they? Because they're almost the same shape as those famous charms.
Yeah, and they're nicest charms because they sort of dangle and then you can catch the lights. The same thing for earrings. You make little clusters, put them on head pins, and then just add them to a chain. Add them to one jump ring onto a chain, so you've got a cluster.
Oh, do you know what these would be really good for as well? You know, Sam's suggestion last night, she was suggesting that you could create chandeliers.
Yeah.
How
That would be
amazing would
awesome.
these look? Because there's so many facets on the outer edge of the gemstone. Can you imagine how much they'd sparkle? And you'd get that, you know, where you see those sort of droplets of light when it's really sunny?
Yeah.
You could recreate that with this gemstone, I bet. That's a great idea. Sam's other suggestion is that people should make baby mobiles out of
Yeah,
gemstone.
to watch the colours. Yeah, what a lovely
Good
idea.
idea, isn't it? Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, I'll tell you what. I like this. The oldies are the goodies, Deb. Don't look at me like that. Gorgeous strand of iolite. Perfect. This would go with the lemon quartz.
It would.
Actually, we've just seen. And I'll tell you what else. I always think when I see these slabs, like you were talking earlier, they're quite tribal.
They are tribal.
Because the graduation
Yeah.
does look on the neckline. That would look like very tribal design. That's the perfect combination, actually, because you've got this violet tone coming from the iolite, and you've got that gorgeous golden sunshine-like tone from your lemon quartz. Love that. So if you did come in for the lemon quartz, it might be an idea to add the iolite to your order. 120 carats in total, and I'll just show you what I mean about the graduation. You know, like Debbie said, if you're creating sort of a tribal-esque design for yourself, then you can decide exactly how many gemstones you use and where it's going to sit on the decolletage. Not going to look nice with me wearing a shirt, but you could be my model actually, Debbie, if you want to come over here. So there you go. So there you go. Looks
You don't have
beautiful.
to do anything to that, really, do you? I mean,
Absolutely
you could
not,
put
just
some
restrand
spaces
it.
in the middle if you wanted to, some little silver or gold, and it's just the way that the stones have been cut. It just sits beautifully.
Looks gorgeous. Thank you. You're a great model.
You're welcome.
Have you done any modelling before?
Oh God, no. No one would want me
When
as
you
a
were
model.
younger?
Oh no.
Mind you, can you get any younger? What, 21 are you?
I love him so much. I wish. Maybe half of my life ago, yeah.
120 carats of iolite. Of course, a gemstone that has a very rich heritage and really a great legacy attached to it, because it's a really interesting story. This was originally used by Vikings who actually felt that they could use it to navigate their ships through the high seas. What they actually do is take thin slabs of iolite like this, and they'd hold them up to the sky so that they could actually see the polarization of the sun through the clouds, and then that would give them an indication of which direction they should be sailing in. So that's how they used it, as almost a compass really originally. But of course it's those kind of uses of gemstones, the fact that, you know, they've been revered for thousands of years, if you like, that actually builds value into the gemstone itself, and that's why genuine gemstones hold so much more value than, say, you know, a purple piece of glass. You know, this is iolite, something special. And the slabs here graduate in size from 7x4mm up to 24x4mm, and as Debbie says, pretty much does the work for you, that graduation, doesn't it? Because once you've restranded it, maybe, in fact, I mean, could these little tubes become your spacers, or
They could
would you
do,
try to
couldn't
use
they?
silver or gold, do you think?
It depends what look you're going for. You could also go for a very similar look that you showed earlier with the daggers that Susanna made. You know, that
Yes.
kind of organic feel.
Yes.
Because you could just sort of splay them down rather than next to each other. And you could
and then
maybe
it
add
wouldn't have that uniform feel
No.
to it. It'd be more organic, like you
but you've still got that sort of length that you could do that with. So you might want to use some bright coloured wire in that case, you know.
And
to go with
actually,
it.
again, you could use them similarly that we use them like, you could use them as petals as well, I suppose,
Yeah, you could,
couldn't
yeah.
you? Because you've got that elongation. If you do want to get involved with this deal, then start dialing that free phone number. It's another Gems of Distinction strand here at Jewellery Maker, and let's have a look at our price point. Oh, a price reduction I hear. So currently available at $14.95, and we're taking it to the lowest ever price this evening. Incredible. So should be $14.95. We're taking it down. And it hasn't worked on screen, just to let you know, producer Liam. What is the price point? $9.95. So a £5 saving for us all on a Gems of Distinction strand, the lowest ever price. Easily your best opportunity to get involved with this strand, because it could be a sellout item this evening. We've got a lot of people with open orders tonight, because of course we had the very successful trade show this morning, and of course if you are creating jewellery designs to sell at craft fairs or to boutiques or personally to clients, then every saving you can make is going to help with your potential profit margins. And of course multi-buying from us here at Jewellery Maker helps you to be a little bit more economical, because you only have to pay 1 P&P. If you find tomorrow that you get a personal commission and somebody says, have you got any iolite? You'll be like, oh, I could have saved myself £5 and added it onto the same order. Gems of Distinction strand, if you do want to take advantage, that deal will be available for the next 60 minutes, at which point it will return to the original price, and that is if we have any remaining in stock. So if you do want to take advantage of that deal, act now to avoid disappointment. Now we're going to leave it on there. I want to show everybody this comprehensive findings collection that we're going to be bringing to you as our superstar buy in about 10 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. And we've already seen the way in which the findings can enhance your designs, because of course Debbie used this along with her kit earlier tonight, and well, you found it absolutely enhanced the designs you were creating, didn't you, Debbie?
Well, it's like, you know, I like nature things, and it had flowers and different types of flowers. It had different types of shaped spacer beads, had some little things that look like shells. So there's lots of unusual components to add to your design.
And there's all the findings that you get,
yeah,
actually.
There you go.
And interestingly,
feathers.
The leaves that you get in there, they also look a little bit like feathers, I was thinking.
They do.
So you get
really
sort of
look
multi-purpose findings, if you like. Huge array of findings, in fact. And you get your chain in there, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, I used some chain from there.
And of course, you get a huge carat weight of gemstones. 3 of our probably most well-known gemstones. It's 3 birthstones. So you've got November's birthstone in the form of golden citrine, and you've got February's birthstone, that beautiful amethyst, and then the intensity of August birthstone, beautiful peridot there. So huge carat weight of gemstones and all of those findings. You do get your basic findings as well in here. You get your spacer beads and your lobster claw clasps and your toggle clasps and your earring findings, but you also get those highly detailed floral charms and leaf beads. This is going to prove to be very, very popular. They had a similar item on this morning's show, and it was very, very popular, and as is going to represent even better value. So that's coming up in about 10 minutes time, not long to wait at all. Right, we're going to move on. Now, we want your insights on this, Debs. Now, this is one that we launched last week. Proved to be very, very popular. Oh, my word. Mother Nature spends thousands of years creating it, and I slam it on the desk. My apologies. So this is chalcedony, and it's the chunky, irregular notes.
Yeah.
Deb's actually getting excited behind her designer desk there, just looking at it. So what we actually said to our audience was that you might be able to provide some inspiration today, because we launched it on Thursday night, and we knew you were joining us tonight, and we know that you love these chunky, organic gemstones.
But it reminds me of the sea.
Yes.
So I think it would be gorgeous if anybody does their PMC or their polymer.
Right.
This would be beautiful to incorporate into a themed design.
Okay.
I haven't watched a lot of the shows this month because my son's had his GCSEs, but I have been looking at the pictures on Facebook, and I saw a beautiful thing that Rachel Norris did with the polymer with the seashells, and it was just absolutely amazing.
She's actually created something similar. I'm just going to grab it for you. The second one in, please, Pete. That one, yeah. Thanks, mate.
Oh, yes.
This is the kind of thing you're talking about, yeah?
This is what I'm talking about. So you could add the gemstones in around the top as sort of the sky. You know, so if you're painting a gemstone picture with your jewellery, if you're making it tell a story, which I do quite like to do, that's beautiful, by the way. Who made that?
That was Rachel Norris.
Oh, Rachel, she's just so clever. She's amazing. That's beautiful. Something like that, but you want to add some gemstones to the top rather than use all polymer. Imagine
so use
that.
these on the neckline?
Yeah, I'd use them on the neckline. If you wanted to go understated, because obviously I've got quite a chunky, large taste.
It's going to be,
if you like,
very gem heavy, isn't it?
Yeah, if you wanted to, you could use single ones and just wire wrap them, and then you could have sort of one there, and then you could have your pendant, so you're sort of using it on top of your bail if you just want to use one.
That sounds a great idea, because then you almost create a focal point.
You're always pointing an arrow down to the focal point.
Yeah.
Your focal point could be that you've wire wrapped one of them and that's it.
Yeah.
If you want.
Oh, but you said if you have a bit more of a narrative in the actual pendant piece, and then the gemstone draws attention to that.
And you're adding a gemstone into your nature-inspired piece. And I think this is what's so lovely about this blue. It's just such a natural blue, isn't it? Like a sky blue. It's not.
And actually, if you look at the banding on it, Debs, don't you think it looks almost like a cloud formation?
Yeah, just stunning.
Beautiful, isn't it?
And you could, you could just have a couple, couldn't you? You could have one each side and then some smaller ones in between.
It could be the feature on a sort of asymmetrical design.
Exactly, you could have one and then, or you could have multi-strand with just a couple. You know, the very long necklaces are in, aren't they?
Yes.
So you could have them interspersed. So there's endless things that you could do with a strand like this, because the blue is not an in-your-face blue as well, is it? You could put quite a few different colours with that.
Okay. I had a wardrobe malfunction while we were getting inspiration from you. I was just telling you in the break that I need to stop pumping iron. I'm getting too big for my shirts, you know. Sorry about that, everybody. Okay, $9.95 is the price point, and that honours the launch price, does it? There you go, we've honoured the launch price on this particular strand of chalcedony. 650 carats, and that means, of course, once again, you can offer your customers a huge carat weight on each and every gemstone. $9.95 for 650 carats of blue chalcedony, and it is very similar to that blue lace agate that we see so very rarely. It's 50, you say? My birthstone again, this month's birthstone. Gorgeous moonstone. These are your plain rounds. We don't see this gemstone in plain rounds very often. There is a bit of agirescence in there. It's, again, not easy to see. And actually, the reason that we tend to facet this gemstone is that, of course, it allows that colour play to come to the surface of the gemstone itself. So that's why we don't see the polished varieties very much, although I did just find a rainbow. But I can't show it now on screen, just to really annoy me. So frustrating, because I can see it, I can see violet tones. I'll focus on this one, this one's got it all going on. There you go. So these are 8mm plain rounds. As I say, we know how popular and sought after the plain rounds are at the moment. We don't see moonstone in this cut very often. You've got 150 carats here. Oh, there's loads of agilorescence coming through on this gemstone strand. How frustrating that, because you've got the curvature from the plain round, basically wherever the light hits is at the back of the gemstone, so it's never the part that's facing the camera. As soon as I turn it round, of course, you lose it because there's a flood of light hitting the gemstone. This is one that you're going to have to take my word on. You have to use your 30-day money-back guarantee so you can get this home and experience the beauty of this gemstone for yourself before making an informed decision. And of course, it's this month's birthstone. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for 150 carats of moonstone. $7.95 for 8mm plain rounds. And I think whenever we have the opportunity to invest in gemstones that offer us this optical effect, an optical phenomenon really, placed there by Mother Nature, that's your opportunity to really capture people's imagination in terms of investing in genuine gemstone jewellery. It's quite simple science really. What happens is the gemstone itself is created from a layer or layers of different elements, and therefore when the light enters the gemstone itself, travels through those different layers at different speeds, and so the beam of light sort of bounces around inside the gemstone and creates this incredible colour play known as adulorescence. And my producer has thrown caution to the wind this evening. He's just taken this under £5. I hope that adulorescence is coming through. This is quite strong, that one. I
can see that.
Shield it from the studio lights a little bit. Oh, I can see it. I promise you, I can see it on these gemstones. Hopefully, it has come through a little bit. At under £5, just $4.95. This is your opportunity, really, to get it home and experience adulorescence for yourself. I'll leave that one with you. That's a clearance price, isn't that? Really isn't added to your order price. We're going to move on. Yeah, blue crackled quartz. Here we go then. These are sort of quite a broader marquise cut or a drum. Just wait for the information to come on screen, Ed. I'm trying to make up shapes. So they're a bit like a rice bead, but they're a little bit broader, so they've been classified as drums. They're 10 by 8mm in size. These are a gorgeous sort of sky blue tone, aren't they? Almost a tropical blue, like we saw from the Apatite earlier this evening. But here you've got the crackled-like inclusions inside the gemstone. And so, really, these are doing a lot of work for you once again. They're almost providing texture to your designs. Is that how you use the more included gemstones, Deb? Do you think they can?
Yeah, they add that little bit of texture, especially if you've got maybe a very plain gemstone with it and you want to add that. But these are nice, you know, because I like the shape of them. All you'd have to do is put a little 4mm round bead at the bottom and put it onto a pin, and you've got earrings.
Earrings done.
Done. Minutes.
Oh, I'm in that school of jewellery making.
Aren't they though? You know,
Absolutely.
and you've got to have earrings. If you're selling, you've got to have loads of earrings.
Yeah.
Earrings is always something that I make last, and yet people always ask for them. And they're so quick and simple to make. That's really fresh and funky, that strand as well.
I agree. It'd be perfect for contemporary designs, particularly for holiday designs or festival
stretches.
Jewellery. Yes.
With just a one charm. Yeah, exactly.
But this for a combination. I was talking last night about getting your kids involved in jewellery making and giving them, you know, something to think about really over the summer months. Because I said it can be quite frustrating when you work with them all year and then over the 6 weeks holiday it all falls out of their brain. You've got to start all over again. So if you keep them engaged over the summer months, they might retain more of that information. We are going to give you a clearance price on the blue quartz drums, currently available at $7.95. As we well know, producer Liam has thrown caution to the wind. He's taken a maverick-like approach to the second half of the show.
Oh,
and he even laughed when he said, I think you know where I'm going. You're not in tomorrow, are you? Lucky for you, my friend. He's got tomorrow. We're back tomorrow. We'll be in here in 10 hours time, Deb's getting ready for the morning show.
We will.
He's just given you another strand of gemstones at under £5. I already had a huge number of people coming through at $7.95, but at $4.95, that really does represent pretty incredible value, doesn't it? Look at Debbie's face.
No, I don't think I've been on a show, maybe ever, where the prices have been so low and it keeps going down again, and then I go, oh, it's gone down again. That's really good though. I wish I was on the other side of the camera.
Do you know what? When people say things like that to me, I think, that sounds like a challenge. See you at 9 AM. $4.95 for blue quartz drums here at $4.95. absolutely gorgeous. You're getting so much impact from just one of those gemstones. Like Debbie was saying, just create a pair of earrings. And actually, if you do that, you create a huge amount of profit, because you can create 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 pairs of earrings for £4.95. Even if you did make these the most affordable item on your craft fair stall at £5 each, you made your money, but in fact you made a profit off your first pair. The rest is, well, just to make you flush. You're buying the drinks, basically, if you sell all your earrings. In fact, I will just say one more thing. Sorry, producer, but what I was going to say is when you were talking about earrings and making multiple pairs, we got a top tip from Mark last week, and he was saying if you do make a matching set, always make an extra pair of the earrings, because somebody inevitably will come along and buy your pair of earrings, and then you're missing an upsell if somebody falls in love with your bracelet or your necklace. So make sure you've got an extra pair of the earrings.
Good. And also, if you've got a high-end piece, and you can always say, and you've got extra earrings, you can say, I'll throw in the earrings.
For free, that's what he said as well. He did say, and then of course, if somebody is in two minds about investing in a high-end piece, say, I'll tell you what, if you do buy the necklace today, I'll give you the matching earrings. Yeah. Sales made. There you go. It's trade show day here at Jewellery Maker, so just in case anybody's thinking, this is just my hobby, Ed. It is trade show day, so lots of people who are selling their designs have already got their orders up and running. We're trying to make gemstones as accessible as possible. We're trying to help you maximise on that 1 P&P per day. Now these really are hot pink, aren't they? These are your banded agates. They're swirled coins, and what they actually mean is they've cut a little twist into the coin. You know what they... you know, producer just said, guess what I'm going to do with this one? Start dialing now if I were you to avoid disappointment. They almost, they're like a little saddle, if you like, do you know what I mean? They've got that indentation in there. That could make them work really well in designs, because again, you'd get that, they'd sit proud in the design, you know what I mean? So again, you get a bit of texture. Of course, each and every gemstone here, totally unique, because you've got that banding on the surface of each and every gemstone. 270 carats, and let's have a look at our price. Or rather, let's have a look at the price you should be paying, £7.95, and I think that by now we all know the price we're actually going to be paying. He's taken it down to under £5. £4.95 once again, and again, Gary the Gremlin's not too fond of these price points, so he's not letting them go on screen, but we'll sort it out, don't worry, that's all you're going to pay. And again, a huge influx of buyers at JewelleryMaker.com adding this to your basket. Make sure you check out to avoid disappointment, because that clearance price will only be available for 60 minutes. Well done to everybody coming through right now. That is absolutely an add it to your order price. So if you took advantage of maybe the busts or whatever it is that you were waiting for on the trade show this morning, you want to maximise on that 1 P&P per day of £2.95, the perfect addition to your order, £4.95 for hot pink banded agate. And I can see a lot of little girls with their reels of elastic over the summer holidays creating some pretty beautiful pieces of jewellery with that. £4.95, I've got to leave that on with you because it is now time for the Superstar Buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for our Superstar Buy. This tends to be our most exclusive launch of the evening, and tonight's no exception. We have got this rather comprehensive matrix collection. The graphics are about to hit your screen. You know what that means. Start dialing the free phone number to take advantage of this deal. We did have an alternative variety on this morning. In fact, they had two this morning. They had gold. The lid just came off, so I just threw 280 carats of gemstones all over the desk. My producer just said to Tech Up B, looks like we're not going to get that train after all. Don't worry, I'll stay and tidy this up. I won't make you miss your train because I'm such a buffoon. Okay. So they had the yellow gold and the rose gold this morning. We've got the silver plated copper, so it's going to be a bit more affordable. And you also get all of your findings, a huge array of findings. And I'll take you through the findings. Let's have a look. So you have got this huge array of findings. You've got your essentials, so you've got your bolt ring clasp, your jump rings, your toggle clasps, a length of chain. In fact, it is 1/2 metre of chain in an oval link, which is 2x1 mil. You've got your toggle clasp with your T-bar, your bolt ring clasp, your spacer beads, your copper round beads in a variety of different sizes, as well as your fancy earring findings there. They've got a little hinge in them, haven't they? Those are really useful. On top of that, you also have your detailed charms. I'll put them this side, actually. So you've got your leaf-shaped silver-plated copper, you've got your flowers, and you've got the solid flower charms as well as the detailed flower charms that have the little openings in them. So you could potentially thread gemstones into those, yeah? But we saw how these were used to great effect in Debbie's designs when she used them alongside the Amethyst kit earlier tonight. Look at that, look how quickly I tidied all of that up. 280 carats of gemstones there, citrine, amethyst and peridot. Yeah, colour graduated them in that time, no problem.
Amazing.
That's what I do. So it's another one. I'm sure you already knew that. The Pastel Collection, silver-plated copper, huge array of findings, including those very detailed charms, as well as 280 carats of, well, our most popular findings, which are just dying to get out of that tube and into your collection, as you saw earlier this evening. Okay, earlier this evening, about 2 minutes ago, Ed. Okay. Now, I have to say, people who are watching this morning are already flying in to add this to their order. If you're waiting, then I don't know what you're waiting for. We only have a limited number available. They are hugely popular. They feature everything you need to create beautiful jewellery designs. You can see how they've enhanced Debbie's designs when she used them in conjunction with that Amethyst kit earlier this evening. I tell you what, let's have a look at our exclusive launch price. Our superstar buy price this evening is $24.95. Now, we had a couple of alternative varieties on this morning. When you were dealing with the precious metals, they were $34.95 because they offered you yellow gold and rose gold. We have the silver plated copper, so base metal. Oh, sorry, actually they had gold plated and rose gold plated copper. We've got silver plated copper. Sorry, okay, so we've dropped down from precious metal as the plating to semi-precious metal as the plating. So rather than using gold, we've used silver, still a base metal, so still very sturdy, still very easy to work with, but of course here, much better value, $24.95. And if you do want to take advantage of that deal, I have to say, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. They are flying out the door. How many of these do we start with? Okay, we had quite a healthy quantity of these, well over 100 available, but we've already allocated probably about 75 of these. But we, as I say, we have got well over 100, so there shouldn't be a problem. But of course, I've got people multi-buying these. Gwendolyn, you've got 2. Anonymous buyer, you've got 2. Michelle, you've got 2. I imagine that there's a lot of people out there who maybe are buying these as a gift for somebody else, I was thinking. Do you have fun when you're working with these charms then?
Yeah, because they're lovely, unusual shapes. They're something different, and I think everyone wants to work with something different. And there are a lot of jewellery makers out there, and it's nice to offer people something different. And it's these little components that just add.
They're a little attention to detail, don't they, that you don't always see in handmade jewellery designs.
And they're really nice, and like most of them are like double-sided as well. So it doesn't matter what side, you'd get away with it because, you know, it's not like it's blank on one side. If it moves, yeah. Yeah, they look phenomenal in your designs, and particularly with the amethyst purple, the silver charms work really well with. And you've got little lotus flowers and things you don't usually see in a kit. Little shells.
Here it is.
There it is.
He's swapped them around, doesn't he? So there's the little lotus flower. And then you've got like a little sort of tulip as well.
Tulips and little lotus flowers. You've got little shells, and Yeah, there's loads that I didn't use, I didn't get around to using. There's tons in there, really nice.
And you can use a few of these finds in different ways, because you've used those as sort of like a bead cap, haven't you?
Yeah.
The little sort of flower effect
And
ones,
you do get bead caps in there, all different ones.
Yes. There you
Really
go. So you
good
could use them as bead cap. I was just thinking you could also turn those the other way and use them as flowers.
Yeah, they're
I've
lovely
actually
that way,
seen
yeah.
you do that as well. Stealing designs from you there. So if you do want to get involved, you know what to do. Please dial that free phone number or click to find out JewelleryMaker.com. This is proving to be hugely popular here at Jewellery Maker. It could be a sellout item tonight. We're hoping that we will have a few left over because we had such a high stock level, but who knows? Of course, the first time you see something on air, always your best opportunity to get involved, because not only do we give you an exclusive price point, but of course, could be a question of it being here today, gone today. We just don't know. It's available right now for $24.95, and don't forget you also get 280 carats of gemstones in the form of peridot, amethyst and citrine, and those are, again, that irregular nugget-like shape. So it's going to feed into your designs by providing you with texture and character again. And actually, if you did get hold of the kit, you've got, well, a huge carat weight of amethyst, so it'll make that kit go even further, won't it? I would actually use the peridot with them as well, because I love that combination.
That combination is
peridot
classic,
green. Yeah, it's gorgeous. Oh, I like those.
They just look like little feathers. They can be little feathers or little leaves. But the attention to detail on the charms as well, as they're really nice, they're really clear.
Feathers are really on trend, aren't they,
in
handmade jewellery designs?
It's that tribal thing again, isn't it, that's coming back.
Okay, yeah, you're probably right, that's where it comes from. Okay, I am being told that we are now approaching limited availability on that item, so if you want to take advantage of it, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. If you've placed it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Just enough time for me to thank Debbie for her lovely designs and her insights into how we should work with different gemstones. And of course, tune in again at 9 AM to see the lovely Debbie. And you'll have to put up with me as well. See you at 9 AM tomorrow. Bye. Enjoy some inspiration. Bye.
Exceptional strands coming up, including some newbies. I've got some brand spanking new ones, and in fact some of the brand new ones we're going to be giving to Sammy as her challenge today. After all of that, we're going to be heading back over to you, Sammy. What are you doing for your second designer inspiration?
The second designer inspiration, I'm going to do a beautiful, big, quite intricate pendant. Which will be really nice, because the first one is something for everybody of all skill levels, and the second one is something that's a little bit more tricky, but very beautiful.
So a little bit of something for everyone today, no matter where you are on your jewellery making journey. I have got so many treats for you. Do you know what? I'm just going to show you these new strands that I've got for you today, including I've got a star buy coming up for you, which I cannot actually keep quiet about. It is the most beautiful rainbow moonstone I've ever seen. Look at these look how clear these are. You can see my hand behind them. I actually quite like these. They make me look more tanned, don't they? Bonus, bonus. This is going to be a challenge that we've got for Sammy, but I've also got another brand new strand. I know there are so many of you out there who absolutely adore new strands. I've got plenty for you coming up in here today, and we're going to be showing you exactly how to use one. How do you feel about starting off with something else brand new, something else very, very special? This is a collection for me unlike any other. It's versatile, it's high-end, it is oh so beautiful, and it is in one of the most biggest selling, most popular colourways. Take a look at these stunning charms for me. Have a look at some of these. You have got in this charm collection such a wealth of beauty, all in your high shine rose gold. You have got so many treats in here. I absolutely adore these. They almost look like tulips, don't they? Or calla lilies. These ones to me look like water lilies. You have got a selection of these charms, including feathers, leaves, flowers, shells, and you've got the clasps as well. You've got 2 toggle clasps of these. These are seriously durable, really, really durable. These by themselves are absolutely exquisite. They have got the copper core, therefore they're nice and strong and durable, but then they're plated in really high quality 9-carat rose gold. I'm not stopping there with this though. That's just one box out of the 4 boxes of goodies that I have for you today. Have a look at what else is going to be coming your way in this today. You've got flower spaces. You've got star-shaped spaces. You've got, look at the detail on this. All of those hand details. You've got your beading caps. I don't think I've ever seen so many beading caps in one place before. You know those huge matrix boxes we used to do? Those absolutely massive ones we used to do. Even those didn't have this many beading caps. You've got such a variety, and a variety of sizes as well. Look at the beautiful, I absolutely adore these. How would we describe these? Almost like 4-leaf clovers, aren't they? Let me have this properly. Good look, 4-leaf clovers. And I promise you, you won't even need look with this because the price to me is absolutely astounding. This is a trade show price, hands down. You may well have actually seen this morning. But in a totally different colourway. That was in the gold. If you didn't manage to get your hands on that, because it did absolutely fly out, now is your opportunity to get it in one of the most popular colours that we have available to you. Rose gold is one of those colours, isn't it, that everyone can wear it. Sammy, it's you and Mark actually both have said to me at times that rose gold is your most popular colourway when you're selling your jewellery. Why do you think that is?
It's unusual. People love the unusual colour of rose gold, the warm tones of it. It, like you say, it accentuates any skin tone. Yeah, I think it's because people associate rose gold with high end.
Yes. And it is.
It is.
Of course it is. 9-carat, especially. With 9-carat over the top of this. Now, I'm going to give you a little run through of exactly the amounts of goodies that you're getting in here because honestly, it's hard to tell you. You're getting